never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. As the world prepares for the homegoing of civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson, his children are speaking out about their father's death.
Jackson's son, Yusef, who will take over the operations of Rainbow Push, gave his personal feelings.
God gave my father some extra innings. His death did not come without warning to us, yet we're still painfully unprepared emotionally.
5 of the 6 Jackson siblings also spoke on their father's impact on the lives of so many people. Reverend Jackson suffered from a rare form of Parkinson's disease, and his services will be held next week in Chicago. I'm Perry Williams.
A top White House advisor says some members of the Federal Reserve should be disciplined for saying that American consumers are paying for President Trump's tariffs.
A new study by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows that last year, the average tariff rate on U.S. imports increased by over 10%, and that nearly 90% of the tariff's economic burden fell on U.S. firms and consumers. On Wednesday, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett called the paper an embarrassment and said the study's authors should be disciplined. The Labor Department says the inflation rate rose less than 3% last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Republican National Committee is filing a lawsuit in an attempt to block a Virginia redistricting referendum.
Virginia's Democratic-led Senate and House of Delegates have scheduled a ballot proposal for this April that could allow lawmakers to redraw U.S. congressional districts with the aim of picking up more Democratic seats. A lawsuit filed by the RNC Wednesday seeks to block the public referendum, claiming the move violates the state's constitution. The Virginia Supreme Court has said it will take up the case but won't issue a ruling until after the referendum. The RNC wants to stop the proposal from going before voters while the court considers the case. I'm Scott Carr.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Newly released Epstein files are stirring concern from school photo lines to Wall Street as parents and investors weigh the implications.
LifeTouch denies any connection to Epstein despite online claims, saying student photos were never shared externally. Apollo Global Management, whose former CEO Leon Black appears in the files, says the recent disclosures show nothing new and there's no ongoing connection to Epstein. Critics are calling for closer scrutiny of past ties. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
At least 8 backcountry skiers are confirmed dead and 1 is missing after a massive avalanche near Castle Peak in the Lake Tahoe area of Northern California. Authorities say the group was caught during a powerful winter storm. Rescue crews search through heavy snow and dangerous conditions as the investigation continues. After nearly a decade in Virginia, Boeing is moving its defense, space, and security headquarters from Arlington back to St. Louis, Missouri. The company said the decision is about putting leadership closer to engineers and factory workers building next-generation combat aircraft and defense systems. The move comes just weeks after Democrat Abigail Spanberger took office as Virginia's governor, replacing Governor Glenn Youngkin. Missouri's governor calls it a major win for the heartland, while Boeing says its global headquarters will still remain in Arlington. The company frames the shift as a business decision focused on performance and innovation. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty then, just like that, with the flip of a switch, it's that time again. What time, you say? Well, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone.
What do you say? One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Yeah, I'll say it's Friday. A better day than Monday, that's for sure. Welcome aboard as we roll toward the weekend here. Yeah, obviously, first weekend of Lent. Fish fries everywhere. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not a whole lot of moisture outside the secret bunker tonight. We kind of dodged a bullet as we were in what was supposed to be that zone of potentially damaging storms. Everything stayed just a bit further north of us here in southwest Ohio. The storms did rip through portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. We had seen numerous tornado warnings, especially through the late afternoon and early evening hours. Damage reports coming in from numerous confirmed tornadoes. In portions of Illinois, Indiana, Bloomington was one area with a confirmed tornado. Now it's just really the severe weather side is pretty much over with. It's just torrential rains and some flash flooding we continue to contend with. Some of those flash flood warnings from portions of southwest right up into central Ohio at this hour. I actually only heard one rumble of thunder when I was trying to sleep earlier. Here I thought I'd be woke up to severe weather, and all right, we'll take it. So, Friday comes our way. We roll into the weekend. It's been a very active week for California. The train of storms just continue to roll in. We take a look at our travelers' weather as we head into the weekend. Yes, yet another storm is lining up for California later this weekend. Just days after the latest storm unloaded tons of snow in the mountains and rain for the lower elevations, this next round could bring drenching rain and more heavy mountain snow, especially to Northern California. Prior to the start of Thursday's storm, the 72-hour snowfall over parts of the Sierra Nevada range from a little over a foot of snow in the southern areas to nearly 8 feet in the central and northern parts of the mountain range. According to the ski resorts, in the past 7 days, 92.5 inches had fallen at the Central Sierra Snow Lab. That's a lot of snow. That's not unheard of in the Sierra Nevada, but it is excessive, no doubt. Already resulted in deadly avalanches and multiple road closures, including along that busy I-80 Donner Pass, California area, while crews now will have a 48, maybe 72-hour window to clean up. After that storm, from now till, say, Sunday, during much of that period, we'll see little to no snow or rain over most of California. That new storm forecast to spin slowly onshore, bringing rain southward from Sunday to Tuesday of next week. Initially, rain may fall only on the northwest corner of California Sunday, maybe a bit earlier for coastal Oregon and Washington. The southward extent of the rain and mountain snow is going to depend on the track of this storm. Intensity of the rain and snow may hinge on the development and forward speed of this long plume of Pacific moisture known as an atmospheric river. At this time, it appears the heaviest low-elevation rain and mountain snow focuses on the northern half of California rather than the southern half this time around, likely to include parts of Oregon. Where that moisture plume persists in the atmospheric river, feet of snow, again, may pile up in the mountains. This latest barrage of snow is actually bringing a much-needed boost to the overall snowpack in the Sierra Nevada. That frozen water locked in the snow, gradually melting during the spring and summer, replenishing and feeding the area's streams and rivers. None of California, believe it or not, is currently in drought due to the extensive storms we saw over the winter and the occasional stormy periods this winter. While soil drought may undoubtedly return during the heat of the summer into the fall later this year, there should be an ample supply of water for the state through at least the rest of this year and maybe even beyond. Not often do we get to talk about really no concerns of drought for most of California. Meanwhile, we've got the storm that's going to be bringing the snow and slippery travel spreading from West Virginia, Pennsylvania, the Mid-Atlantic. Yeah, there's a risk the storm maybe strengthens rapidly and could bring heavier snow to parts of the I-95 corridor, New York City to Philadelphia. We're looking as we head into the weekend here from Saturday night through Monday. This after a series of systems that are bringing snow and ice to parts of the Midwest and Northeast. In California, it's going to reorganize. We saw this storm. It's going to reorganize over the Gulf Coast on Saturday before then strengthening near the Atlantic coast come Sunday. It's all about the exact track of the storm and how quickly it strengthens, determining how much snow we'll see for the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. AccuWeather forecasters say the supply of cold air is rather limited right now. That could affect the snowfall totals. In a broad zone from, say, eastern Kentucky, parts of Tennessee, parts of Ohio to the Delmarva Peninsula. Yeah, southern New York, southern New England. It's going to be generally 1 to 3 inches in the forecast. Localized areas could see up to 6. Despite the lack of fresh, cold air ahead of the storm, there should be just enough cold for precip to fall, mainly as snow from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. Yeah, some of that snow may melt on contact with the paved surfaces. During the day, Sunday on into Monday, when snow's not falling heavily, the streets should be just wet, maybe slushy in some spots. Temperatures are going to be right close to the freezing mark. You combine that with the higher sun angle this time of year, there will be some periods when snowfall rates are heavy enough to overcome marginal temperatures, especially obviously during the overnight hours. In the higher terrain, West Virginia, maybe 6 to 12 inches in the forecast, 18 inches from late Saturday night to Sunday night. Heaviest totals likely at elevations near or above 2,000 feet there. The critical question for heavy snow versus just light snow along the I-95 is going to be the track of the coastal storm. The track's going to depend on how quickly this system intensifies. The most likely scenario, they tell us, is the storm strengthening later, tracking slightly too far to the east to bring 6 to 12 inches of snow along that stretch of I-95 in the northeast. But if indeed it does strengthen rapidly along the coast, tracks a bit further west, it could turn into what nor'easter. Parts of the corridor could pick up heavy snow. If that scenario plays out, millions of people could see significant delays, especially looking toward the Monday morning commute. For some areas in the northeast, assuming this storm this pans out as forecast, this would be like the 5th consecutive weekend, 5 weekends in a row, dealing with snowfall in parts of the Northeast. Can't get a break for the weekend. Good to have you on board. Who we have checking in out of the box there? Josh on board. Morning, everybody. Scrapyard waving all 5. Hello, drummer girl. 37 tonight in Northeast Philly. Just waiting on my trailer so I can head back to Bethlehem, PA. Pappy, saddle up nocturnal listeners. It is Friday. That means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Here we go. The overnight drive hammered down 57 degrees. Still hanging in there temperature-wise. Harrison, Ohio. A tad bit of thunder a couple of hours ago. That was about it. A tad bit of thunder across the pond as well. Yes, the prince has lost his slipper. How's he going to find the princess? Stay tuned. Lord Stephen will enlighten you with the facts. Meanwhile, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, for this last show of the week. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's go and watch your six. There you go. Michael, what's going on, folks? Hello, Jason. Morning, Steve. Just north of Mansfield, Ohio, with 50 degrees. Rain moderately to heavy at times. Headed over to Pennsylvania to pick up some steel for a delivery to Texas for Monday. Listen in, family. Be safe out there. James is on board. 66 degrees. Where we at? Woodstock, Georgia tonight. To the guardian of chaos. Thank you to all the truckers who keep America rolling. Yeah, truly the backbone of the great economy and the great country here. Good afternoon, Larry. Be safe. What do we have? Hammer down 37 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Then we'll head back to Wilmington, Delaware. Reload for Saturday. All right, coffee up. Nap time is over. Time to ride. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 40 degrees. Wyoming-style gale force winds at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Hanging out with the hot blonde wife later today. I get my right hip looked at to see if we need a new hip or maybe just a shot. 36 years of trucking, getting run over and stomped and kicked by livestock does take a toll on you. Special shout out to Tank from the Maple Leaf City tonight. Let's hope the latter, just that little, a cortisone injection, I guess, maybe to get you by for a while there. That sucks. Hello, Jerry. Good morning. Well, we had another innocent man die in Indianapolis this past day as an illegal driver ran a stop sign, hit him. He's dead. Wow. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for letting us enjoy the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Sarah Spencer and I are listening till we fall asleep, and then we'll finish up in the morning. Rain here in Kokomo. It's a cool breeze, but no snow at this point in time. As always, tell them you love them every chance you get. 844-844-3388. That's our number as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Say hello to John. Checking in. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Happy Friday. I had a lot of rain here. Yes, a tornado touchdown in Bloomington, Indiana. Everybody truck safe tonight. We're cloudy and 55 degrees at this hour. Hello, Country Bumpkin. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Waterford, Michigan, checking in. God bless all the American drivers out there. Good morning, Bill. Happy Friday. 34 at this hour. Feels like 25. It's raining here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. On the way home from the Pizza Shuttle Express. We're on the east side of that winter that's moving through Wisconsin tonight. Looks like one more short night of work, then finally a full weekend off. Finally. Have a great weekend, drivers. Everybody be safe out there. Rolling down the line. Michael, good morning. Just another day in the mud fields on this cool but not cold night from the oil pads of northern Ohio. Working on that last load of the evening. We're in the upper 40s. A lot of rain. Rain, some lightning, rumbles of thunder here in Carroll and Columbiana counties. All right, be safe out there, drivers. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. Casual Friday. Here it is. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checks in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 43 degrees at this hour. Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday. Hump Day. Hey, we're 4 weeks till spring. And a few days beyond that, it's the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, finishing up a gas station delivery and a drop and hook at my store. I'm going to find out how much rain I picked up at the Home 20 from that line of storms today. Had a little bit of rain in Cincinnati, but dry roads the rest of the way so far. Not really looking forward to the return of Old Man Winter. But I can live with a couple days of it instead of the 2 weeks of snow and cold that we had earlier this month. All right, we're hazy, humid in Owensboro tonight. It's a balmy 63 degrees, though. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. All right, a couple of others who we got on board. Let's see. Morning from Jim from Chattanooga, Tennessee. We actually tied our record high of 77 degrees today. Now, they're telling us we're only going to have highs in the 30s by next Monday. Yes, that's that next shot of cold air coming in. Scrapyard made it to the Springdale Depot. Time for, what do you got? Something in a Dr. Pepper. Daniel, morning. Hope everybody's staying safe. 32 with light rain and a little snow mixed in over here by Post Falls, Idaho. It's a light stove covering lookout. 4th of July. We're looking forward to everybody going west. Be careful out there because somebody's going to screw up tonight. Sad but true, too many drivers don't know how to drive on these kind of roads. Word of advice, you don't know better. You just lock your power divider before you start going up the hill, and you got to put chains on. Don't put them on the tag axle. Put them on the drive axle. Believe it or not, yes, there are drivers that are that stupid. Why don't the chains seem to be working? That would explain it. Buckeye Boy checks in Columbus, Ohio, 55 degrees, a little rain, thunder earlier. We'll load up about 12:30 this afternoon and head back to Georgia. I find the song U2 and that bonehead American-hating Bono put out is disgusting. Yeah, where was their song about the young women who were raped and murdered by the same type of illegals that Renee Good was interfering and trying to stop officers, trying to arrest? Little disgusted, right? Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. I have not heard the song. I did see some of the headlines. Yeah, U2, Bono. What is some song like anti-ice song. Surprise, surprise. 844-844-3388 as we get a new day underway, rolling toward the weekend. And an update on the wildfire situation. Fires are still burning. The spread has been not nearly as devastating as we saw earlier this week, but it has been a life-threatening situation with these, the largest blaze known as the Ranger Road Fire. The Ranger Road Fire alone burned an estimated, the number now comes in at 283,000 acres. With grass and brush burning across both Oklahoma into Kansas this past day. The continued threat of critical fire conditions existing there. We'll give you more on containment efforts coming up. First, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for trucks that cannot afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. Authorities in Arizona are increasing the reward for information leading to the arrest of whoever is involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie. Wendy Swanson has more.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department announced Wednesday that an anonymous donation of $100,000 is now being offered alongside the $100,000 FBI reward. Investigators are currently analyzing biological evidence found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. Pima County has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, and more, although they're not commenting at this time on these. Meanwhile, officials are hoping Guthrie's pacemaker could give up clues about her disappearance. In Arizona, I'm Wendy Swanson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, underway Friday. As we turn the page on the calendar, what are we looking at? 20th day of February. All right, Jerry said, Steve, look into that truck driver that killed the gentleman in Indianapolis this past day. As illegal gets. All right, I'll give you the rest of the story coming up here. Scrapyard says, geez, when I left the home terminal, it was 75 degrees. Here in Chickendale, we're now at 35 degrees. Hello to Soma. Kaleidoscope. President Trump says he's going to declassify UFO and unidentified aerial phenomenon files after Obama discussed the existence of extraterrestrials on camera. Hello, paging Art Bell. Maybe the mysterious drone incursions over the Dayton area, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and over New Jersey. Maybe we'll get an explanation. Yeah, by the way, I do have the details. That's one of the stories we'll be delving into. Hello, Santa Claus, top of the morning, 42 here in Elk Grove, California. It's raining. It's a no-go tonight again, truckers, over Donner Summit. Caltrans are turning trucks around eastbound at Applegate, westbound being turned around at the Nevada-California state line. Heads up. Donner's been shut down most of the week here. The hits just keep on coming. I don't know, maybe over the weekend they'll get a chance to get it open before the next storm system comes in. I don't know if that next system's going to be bringing enough snow to that particular pass. All right, Iron Duck checking in. Westbrook, Texas on board, 56 degrees at this hour. Hello to Matthew. How you been, Matthew? It's been a long time. He says, good evening. How we doing tonight? Matthew Conklin checking in from O'Fallon, Missouri. Steve, what are your expectations for the Cards and those Red Legs this year? You know, Matthew, I know that spring training's underway. I haven't paid enough attention during the off season here to what sort of trades and what sort of deals. I have no idea what the Red Legs are going to be made up of. I'll have to get on the ball here, right? Meanwhile, good to have you on board. As far as Yeah, Jerry said, pull up the Indianapolis. It's the same old song and dance. Here it is again. Yeah, a truck driver arrested for allegedly running a red light, causing a fatal crash in Indiana. An illegal from India. Multiple law enforcement sources confirming to Fox News. What's his name? Sukhdeep Singh. There's that Singh surname again. Received his commercial driver's license in May of 25. He was caught crossing the U.S. border in 2018, but released. He was a minor at the time of crossing the border. Sukhdeep is now in ICE custody. It was Hendricks County, Indiana, just west of Indianapolis. Citing multiple eyewitnesses. The Freightliner semi-truck with the trailer ran a red light, striking a Chevrolet pickup truck, sending it careening across a median where it struck another vehicle. The driver of the Chevrolet truck, 64-year-old Terry Schultz, was pronounced dead at the scene. This tragedy less than 2 weeks after another illegal alien driving a semi-truck killed 4 innocent people in Indiana. Homeland Security said it's incredibly dangerous for illegal aliens who often don't know our traffic laws or even English to be operating semi-trucks on America's roads. These tragedies are 100% preventable. We pray for the family and the victim here. Homeland Security explained Sukhdeep had been released into the U.S. under the 1997 Flores Consent Decree, which stemmed from the 1993 Supreme Court case Reno versus Flores, where civil liberties and immigrant rights groups filed a class action lawsuit on behalf of illegal alien children detained in Immigration and Naturalization Service custody. INS later became what is known as U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS. The result of that decree was that children who crossed the border illegally were to be released to a parent or adult relative rather than being detained. The Trump administration, first time around, moved to abolish that policy back in 2019, the year after Sukhdeep crossed the border. Again, this about 2 weeks after the illegal alien from Kazakhstan killed 4 in another crash in Indiana. He had entered the U.S. in 2023 using the Biden-era CBP-1 app to be released into the country. Then later issued a CDL in the state of Pennsylvania, but continues to happen over and over. All right, I mentioned the wildfires scenario. They're making some progress, but these blazes continue to burn. The Ranger Road Fire, as I mentioned, has now burned an estimated 283,000 acres, crossing Oklahoma into Kansas as of Thursday, combined with several other smaller fires, including the Stevens, the Side Road, what is known as the 43 Road fires. Total acreage impacted across the region is nearing 300,000 acres, according to emergency managers this week. In the Texas Panhandle, firefighters battling several large wildfires, including the Lavender Fire, which grew to about 12,000 acres on Thursday, and the 8-Ball Fire at 13,000 acres. Of course, the Ranger Road Fire had destroyed buildings, threatened farmland. There were evacuations. About a half dozen structures in Oklahoma were destroyed earlier this week, shortly after that blaze had started. Of course, at the time, the winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, fanning those flames. Some of the numbers here as far as containment. The Ranger Road Fire, the largest at 283,000 acres, as of this past day, listed as 15% contained. A long way to go. The Stevens Fire in Texas County, Kansas, a little over 12,400 acres at 50% contained. The Side Road Fire in Texas County, a little over 3,600 acres, now at 60% containment. The 43 Fire in Woodward County, a little over 1,600 acres at 30% contained. Now, the State Fire Marshal of Kansas report weather conditions, winds have died, allowing both ground and aerial firefighting efforts to make progress in containing those fires. Officials say they received reports of 33 fires, as well as hotspots in some 23 different counties on Wednesday of this week. 844-844-3388. Casual Friday.
There you go, Your Honor. Yeah, Casual Friday. How we doing? We got any clicking tonight?
Of course we do.
All right. We'll see what we can do.
That is the most bizarre thing ever, isn't it? Just from one night to the next. It's 844-844-3388. Olympics are winding down here. It was a big day for Team USA in the women's hockey yesterday, the gold medal round. USA versus Canada. Yet another game that went into overtime. USA comes out the victor. It was tied at 1 at the end of regulation. Team USA scoring a goal in overtime there. Taking the gold in the Olympics. It was an incredible one for the Team USA women's hockey team, ultimately going into that gold medal match. They had scored a total of 31 goals during the Olympics, allowing just 1 goal in all of the previous matches with opposing teams, with the final score being 2-1 this past day. That means they scored, 32 total goals to 2, or 33 to 2, ultimately. That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations to the USA women's hockey team. Shortly after that, in the women's figure skating, this would be the first in a number of years for a USA women's Olympic skater to take home the gold. Alyssa Liu celebrating her historic Olympic gold. And I had no idea. Many folks are just now learning, as I did here a few hours ago, the terrifying backstory of what she and her father, Arthur Liu, endured leading up to the 2022 Games in Beijing. Arthur is a former political refugee who fled China after the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests. He was notified by the FBI in October of 2021 that he and his daughter were being targeted by a Chinese government spying scheme. An agent posing as a U.S. Olympic official called Arthur, demanding his and Alyssa's passport numbers as what they called a preparedness check for COVID-19. When Arthur refused, the caller threatened to block their international travel. The Department of Justice later charged 5 men in connection with the plot, which included surveillance near Liu's home in California. Arthur believes this harassment was an attempt to intimidate the family into staying silent about China's human rights violations, especially regarding the Uyghur ethnic minorities during the games in Beijing. Alyssa reported being followed by a stranger at a cafeteria who tried to lure her back to his apartment. Due to those threats, the U.S. State Department And the U.S. Olympic Committee provided Alyssa with at least 2 escorts at all times while she was in China for the games at the time to ensure her safety. At the time saying, "I'm not going to let them win." Despite that freaky experience of being at the center of a real-life spy plot, Alyssa refused to be silenced. Her father insisted she compete, stating it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand against bullying by the Chinese Communist Party. Alicia Liu's journey to the top of the podium, not just an athletic triumph, it's a victory for freedom and a family that refused to be intimidated by a foreign regime. So how about that? Women's gold, first time in a number of years. All right, we'll see you. Horse Feathers back on board. We'll roll into a Friday right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Well, there's Cap and Ron checking in. Via Facebook, anyway. Yes, he says it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, Semper Fi, shout out to all my devil dog brethren out there. Thank you, Cap and Ron. Yeah, I'll take 2 on a Friday, but we're still ticking.
All right, still ticking?
Yeah, like a Timex.
Yeah, well, must be stayed on hold too long. Cross another cell towers.
In 5 minutes?
Yep. It don't take long to cross cell towers.
Okay. All right, maybe a third time could be a charm, shall we see? Yeah, I don't know. Well, hello to Studio Cats. How the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve. Good to talk to you. This is my second call. I was fortunate enough to speak to you last week, and I've got a whole bunch of good topics to talk about tonight.
Do you?
I'd like to start with asking a question, and that is your theme song, the main theme song, is John Vincent's song called The Dreamer.
Yes.
Now, I looked him up and did a lot of research. He really doesn't have a lot of info out there. How did you find him? It's a great song. Love the guitar work. It's fantastic. I'm a musician myself, and the licks are great. The song has got great lyrics. So how did you find them, and how did that come about?
That would be compliments of Kyle Fisher and Josh Steinmetz, who were the two kind of behind getting everything together when we first started the show. That was music. His song was in what they call the public domain. And, in order to, we had to avoid any copyright stuff. So we had to find something via public domain. They came in here, they had like a half dozen different songs. And that was the one that we all kind of agreed on that we thought would be best. And just like that, there it was.
That's right. It's an excellent rockabilly tune with a lot of great guitar work. And just in a little trivia, the lead guitar player is using probably a Telecaster with what they call a B and an E string benders. And that's how he gets some of those pedal steel-like tones. And just for reference, Jimmy Page, of Led Zeppelin uses B benders and E benders on the song All of My Love. It's a little more pronounced and easier to hear on that tune. But the lead guitar guy, he's triple tracking it. I broke it down into separate parts, and you can hear he's got 3 different things. That's how he's getting those really fantastic licks in there and sounding like 4 or 5 guys playing it.
Exactly.
So, interesting. So moving on, here in the Irmo, South Carolina area, it's north of Columbia, South Carolina, the capital of the state. Just last Friday, a week ago, we had a 2.8 on the Richter scale earthquake centered 2 miles from our home in Lake Murray. Now, we have the largest earthen dam that's a hydroelectric facility, and it's literally about 3 miles from our home, but the earthquake was in the lake itself. And then on Monday, we had a 1.4 on the Richter scale, and then Wednesday, we had a 2.4. So, and they're all centered about 2 miles from our home. So it's a little disturbing. We have a pretty large fault line that comes through Augusta, Georgia, up this way. And then there's a secondary fault line that goes from Savannah, Georgia, through Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up through Charlotte and into the mountains and so forth. So we're sitting on a pretty large, area of plate tectonic activity, even just about as much so as California.
So something going on under the lake, you think?
Yeah, the history is they built the lake. It was a man-made lake that they intentionally built the hydroelectric facility back in 1927 and finished the work in 1930. And it's an earthen dam, but back about 10 or 15 years ago, they built a more robust secondary dam behind it using compacted concrete and, a few other more modern methods just in case something like this happened. So it's a little disturbing, and, if there's any future serious activity, I'm sure you'll see it on the news, but I'll definitely report back to you if we have, several more like that.
Very good.
Moving on, voter fraud. You talked about voter fraud, and I'm absolutely sick to death of people telling me, there's no voter fraud. That's just all made up Republican conservatives and blah, blah, blah. Well, we have first-hand proof. Last week, we received a fake voter ID in the mail with our address on it, with some guy's, picture and name and all that. And then about 2 days later, we got a state-issued ID with our address. Now, we live in a cul-de-sac in a neighborhood that's kind of set back a ways. Somebody had to be driving around specifically targeting our house just to get that address, because it's not something that's a main thoroughfare. When we look this guy up, he has 3 separate addresses that he is reporting as his home address, and he also has a long rap sheet, huge long rap sheet going back to the 1980s. So we reported him to our state law enforcement division, who handles the voter ID fraud, and also to our DMV, who is handling it on a separate matter. They'll block him from using our address, but I was hoping they would at least looking to see what other addresses he may be using. So this is proof positive
by
there's
using your
voter fraud
address
out there.
What do you think was his goal, to use your address and try to get to your mailbox and intercept it before you were able to get to it, or?
Well, there's three possibilities. It could be just a simple case he wanted to vote in multiple districts. There was 3 different towns in the Midlands area here in Columbia where he had a registered address. So maybe he's doing that, or, like you said, it could be some other nefarious purpose to possibly, intercept mail or check.
Exactly. Okay. Hey, we got to pause there quickly, though, as we hit the top of the hour. News update brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. A debate is intensifying in New York over Mayor Zoran Mamdani's proposal to raise taxes on high earners and large corporations. Mamdani argues higher taxes are needed to prevent budget shortfalls from falling on working and middle-class residents. Governor Kathy Hochul has signaled opposition, noting that changes to income taxes require state approval. Critics warn higher taxes could drive residents and businesses out of the city, while supporters say new revenue is essential to fund services. With a $127 billion city budget on the table, the clash highlights broader tensions inside the Democratic Party over fiscal policy and the future of America's largest city. More than 4,200 nurses at New York Presbyterian Hospital remain on strike for a 6th week.
As nurses at Mount Sinai and Montefiore head back to hospitals after reaching an agreement, nurses at New York Presbyterian are still fighting for one. They say pay is not so much an issue, but safe staffing and job security. The nurses union pointing to one instance that drives this home, saying nurses working on the pediatric care unit at New York Presbyterian's Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital were awarded nearly $400,000 after the hospital was found in violation of safe staffing measures. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The FDA has reversed its decision and is now agreeing to review Moderna's flu vaccine.
Last week, the FDA notified Moderna it was refusing to review its new influenza shot. Moderna now seeking accelerated approval for people ages 65 and up and full approval for those 50 to 64. The vaccine uses mRNA technology, the same method used in COVID shots, an approach that's been criticized by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The FDA expected to decide on the new Moderna vax by August 5th. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The U.S. military is ready to strike Iran as early as this weekend.
But CNN says President Trump has yet to make a final decision on whether he'll authorize the attack. With White House officials briefed, the military could be ready for a hit by the weekend. There has been a significant increase in air and naval assets in the Middle East this week. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. is reportedly planning to withdraw all of its troops from Syria.
The Wall Street Journal reports President Trump has ordered all American troops to leave the Middle Eastern country within 2 months. About 1,000 U.S. troops remain in Syria after soldiers withdrew from several key sites earlier this year. Officials tell the Journal the withdrawal is not related to the American military buildup in the region amid tensions with Iran. This over 2 months after 2 U.S. service members and 1 civilian interpreter were killed in a suspected ISIS attack in Syria. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The first full trailer of The Mandalorian and Grogu is out now. Mark Mayfield fills us in.
Pedro Pascal will reprise his role as the Mandalorian from the hit Disney Plus series. He'll be joined by franchise newcomers Sigourney Weaver and Jeremy Allen White. This marks the first time that a Star Wars film will hit the big screen since 2019's The Rise of Skywalker. The Mandalorian and Grogu hits theaters May the 22nd. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, welcome back, or maybe welcome aboard as we turn the page on the calendar. Here comes a Friday, 20th day of February. All right, good to have you with us. Casual Friday, rolling into the weekend. News just in from NASA. Recall they were attempting their second, what they call a full wet dress rehearsal for the Artemis 2 mission. That first wet dress, they had issues with fueling. They had leaks. So postponed the launch Round number 2, they say, ended at 10:16 p.m. And the headline says, "Successful wet dress rehearsal." They wrapped it up as planned at T-minus 29 seconds in the countdown. NASA, apparently they told us, will hold a media briefing about the test coming up at 11 a.m. this morning, Friday, February 20, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, I presume. So that would, I anticipate, put us on schedule for that date in early March, where they had bumped after the not-so-successful first wet dress rehearsal. We'll get all the details here later this morning. First, let me get back. Thanks for hanging in there, Studio Cats. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you, Steve. When we left off, we were talking about voter fraud, and you'd ask, what the purpose could be, and I think it could be one of three things, as you suggested. It could be maybe he's trying to grab some mail checks or something out of the mail. I don't know. That seems less likely than it's just voter fraud. But a third thing occurred to me, and it could be real estate fraud, where they do a short sell form and try to steal your property. The good thing is, in our state, the registrar in the county has started cracking down on that to make it a little more difficult, and there's a little more tighter verification with the banks. But nonetheless, I still check frequently, getting online and just to make sure everything is kosher and the way it should be. So, yeah, but I don't know. The voter fraud does happen. There's been multiple cases. We had years ago our main ABC, NBC, and CBS affiliates down here did stories where they had Bullwinkle, Moose, and Rocky the Squirrel, and Mickey Mouse, and Donald Duck. People had registered under those names. So it happens. But anyways, the most important little tidbit of a story. I was curious about the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping, and I'm an IT guy, tech guy for many, many years. So I was kind of curious when they started talking about the police helicopter was doing a low altitude Bluetooth scan for her pacemaker. Now, I personally have a pacemaker, what they call an ICD. That's a defibrillator pacemaker. And I have an actual checkup coming next week. About every 6 months, they sit me down and put this device around my neck and hang it right over the area of my heart where the pacemaker is. It looks like a mouse for a computer. They have to get up that close to be able to get an accurate reading. And when I use my phone to do a remote device check, it has to be within about 30 to 35 feet. And this is a low voltage Bluetooth device, the pacemaker is. So knowing that, I was very, very curious, and what in the heck are the police doing, flying around in a helicopter trying to pick that up, because there's just no possibility. Well, I did some research, and there's a company called Parsons Technologies. They have this thing called Blue Fly signal sniffer device, typically mounted on drones and flying at about 10 to 15 feet in the air. Now, it is technically possible to, mount it on a helicopter and, get it low enough, but it's, much, much weaker signal, and it's really pragmatically not possible to do what they're talking about. They would have to get within about 12 to 15 feet of the ground to effectively be able to do that. They would be much better off using a drone anywhere further than 30 to 50 feet in the air, and they're just not going to be able to detect the device at all.
And that was my understanding with I guess there's an app where her smartphone also attached to the pacemaker, and once it got 10 or 15, once she was 10 or 15 feet away, the phone would disconnect. It couldn't pick up the signal.
Absolutely. I use the same kind of an app on my phone for my pacemaker defibrillator. So again, that has to be, close enough within, like I said, 30 to 35 feet at the very, very most. And it just, it drops off after that. So I thought that was interesting, but at least they're trying all these different things. They're also trying to match up the DNA like they did before using relatives. And also I read that the head honcho of one of the DNA houses offered his services, saying that they now can make a actual graphic picture based on the DNA, so they have an idea of what the person might look like.
Really?
And so anyways, I thought those were some interesting little tidbits, and I wanted to leave you with that tonight. And thank you so very much.
Hey, great to have. Thank you very much. Yeah, good information. Studio Cats. 12 past the hour, 844-844-3388 here on a Friday. Industry headlines. Very soon, if you're a truck driver, you'll find a few less requirements in the FMCSA regulation handbook. This past Thursday, the FMCSA issued a dozen deregulatory actions that will be taking effect on March the 23rd. The Department of Transportation began the deregulatory effort last May, announcing proposals to withdraw dozens of rules across several different agencies that were either redundant or had no what they call real-life application, useless. Big government has been a big failure, says Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Under President Trump's leadership, my department is slashing duplicative and outdated regulations that are unnecessarily burdensome. They waste taxpayer dollars and fail to do anything to ensure safety. These are common sense changes that will help us build a more efficient government that better reflects the needs of the American people. So now the FMCSA moving forward, announcing final rules to rescind requirements, including those involving the rear impact guard labels. Spare fuses was another. The FMCSA will officially rescind the requirement that the rear impact guard must be permanently marked or labeled with the manufacturer's certification. OIDA supported that decision, saying a missing label should not be considered a violation, right? The presence of a certification label or marking serves no safety function. After the trailer's been manufactured and sold to a carrier, once the trailer's on the road, these labels quickly become illegible or deteriorate during the service life of the trailer. The lack of a certification label has no bearing on the structural integrity or proper mounting of the rear impact protection guard. Other deregulatory actions. When it comes to CDL standards, the FMCSA amends the regulations to allow dual-status military technicians to qualify for the exemption from CDL standards. They said the amendment would explicitly allow dual-status military technicians, regardless of whether they're members of either the reserves or the National Guard, to qualify for the military exemption. The electronic driver vehicle inspection reports. The FMCSA clarifies the inspection reports can be completed electronically. Fuel tanks, auxiliary fuel tanks. The FMCSA amends its fuel tank requirements for tanks with a capacity of less than 5 gallons. Brakes on portable conveyors. The FMCSA adds an exemption for portable conveyors from the requirement that each commercial vehicle be equipped with brakes acting on all wheels. License plate lamps. The FMCSA adds an exemption from the lamp and reflective device requirements for license plate lamps on the rear of truck tractors while towing a trailer. liquid burning flares. Remember, we were talking about all these proposals here last year. So these are all being finalized. The FMCSA officially removes references to liquid burning flares from the warning device requirements. Spare fuses. The FMCSA removes the requirement that commercial vehicles be equipped with at least one spare fuse for every applicable type and size. There were a couple of tire load markings, vision standards. The FMCSA removes an obsolete grandfathering position from the standards. And lastly, water carriers. The FMCSA removes the obsolete references to water carriers as they do not specifically regulate them. So a dozen different deregulatory issues impacting the trucking industry. Again, those kick in March 23rd. Was that the date? Rolling up on 18 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. What's on your mind? We've been talking this week about these, spreading all around the country. Elementary, middle school, high school students, all getting this wild hair. And we all know, realistically, it's just about getting an opportunity to get out of class for a period of time. But let's all walk out to protest ICE. And as we've said, many schools not really doing anything about it. In some cases, we've had teachers, principals, superintendents that are actually encouraging this kind of activity. Many parents calling out various schools for allowing this to happen. Finally, I see we've got a Pennsylvania principal who did the right thing. Pennsylvania principal going viral for his brilliant handling of spoiled students trying to skip class to protest ICE. And a parent student at Wilson High School in Spring Township, Pennsylvania, via TikTok, shared a video showing the school's principal, Daniel Weber, First of all, scolding the kids for walking out of class to protest the very people that are keeping our nation safe from illegal aliens. Thank you. Weber's telling the students, everything will be fine if you get back to class right now. If not, you will be suspended. And I quote, we go back to class and we're good. If you stay out here, we'll get your names. You will be suspended, okay? That's your option at this point because you are operating outside the bounds of what was granted. Yeah, that event was canceled. You left school without permission. Your rights do not supersede the school. So if you understand that, that's your option. He again repeated, if you return to class, if you don't, you'll face suspension. If you wish to return, Dr. Damiani will let you through that door right there. If not, I'm getting your names. You've been warned, you will be suspended. So there you go. WFMZ reported that the school considered allowing an anti-ICE protest, but it was, again, canceled. Despite that, about 60 kids had walked out anyway. Now, WFMZ notes the students later returned to class without incident, but they are facing disciplinary action. Unknown at this point whether the punishment includes suspension or even expulsion. But that's the way you handle the situation. A principal doing the right thing. Yeah, a welcome departure from these students who've been skipping school with their teacher's blessing in many cases. And consequences pretty much have been nothing. Now, we did have a couple of students who were arrested last week in Washington State after they assaulted an independent journalist during one of their protests. And this past day, students ran out of class actually onto a 4-lane highway to protest ICE. No authorities in sight. Miraculously, no one was injured during that incident. There was another, can't remember which state it was, but a student actually hit by a vehicle, hospitalized, out there blocking the roads in these damn protests. All right, Friday, Casual Friday. See what Eagle has happening this morning? No, maybe not. Eagle, are you? Oh, that's Eagle's getting some Z's. All right, good. He'll wake up. He'll be back. 844-844-3388. We've been talking about people opening the utility bills through much of the country. Yeah, shocked at the rates, electricity through the roof. Locally, we had a story this past day, and again, it's happening all over the country. But residents report significant increases, in this case, the Duke Energy bills. Yeah, some customers seen costs surge by hundreds or thousands of dollars in a single month. Tony Ferrari said, I was shocked by the Duke bill for a warehouse that he owns. Despite no operational changes, the cost through the roof. Some tenants, same usage, same hours of operation. It's not like we added a 5-inch gas line and let it fly out the windows. Another, Sarah Kramer's experience. Her bill nearly doubled. When I got the alert, I thought, oh my God, it's like 2 car payments. What caught her attention, she said, most was the energy delivery fees. Yeah, I know it's been a cold winter, but I've never seen bills this high. She said she actually keeps her thermostat at 66 degrees. I noticed the electric way up as opposed to the gas. Yeah, you can say we had a cold snap. But with a cold snap, I've never seen my bill like this. Duke Energy acknowledges the concern. Matt Martin with Duke said low temperatures make a big difference. From November through February, Yeah, we've dealt with prolonged colder stretches this year compared to last year, which certainly means higher usage for a lot of homes. Now, regarding the delivery fees, Martin said they cover the cost to maintain the poles, wires, the pipes, handle monthly billing and payment, in response to outages and emergencies. Those fees may include riders that are approved by the Public Utilities Commission, covering costs for things like tree trimming, storm recovery, grid maintenance. What our customers pay is what we pay. We pass these costs down, he says. Riders are a mechanism to recover cost and upkeep the grid and infrastructure. Now, according to Duke's website, a rider is an extra charge that's not part of a customer's standard rate. Some riders pay fixed monthly fees. Others pay according to the energy usage. Now, Martin did say Duke acquires energy on behalf of customers at market price and passes those charges directly to the customer. Customers say the unpredictability obviously makes planning very difficult. Yet nobody can really forecast what your home or your business, not knowing what your bill's going to be. I mean, you're talking hundreds, in some cases thousands of dollars difference in a 30-day period. I remember when we were dealing with that really bitter polar vortex thing, when much of the electricity being generated was being generated by natural gas, and the price of natural gas had skyrocketed. That's all being passed on in these bills right now. News update brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Industrial Injection.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. Authorities in Arizona are increasing the reward for information leading to the arrest of whoever is involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Wendy Swanson has more.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department announced Wednesday that an anonymous donation of $100,000 is now being offered alongside the $100,000 FBI reward. Investigators are currently analyzing biological evidence found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. Pima County has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, and more, although they're not commenting at this time on these. Meanwhile, officials are hoping Guthrie's pacemaker could give up clues about her disappearance. In Arizona, I'm Wendy Swanson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we roll into a Friday. Let me see. 844-844-3388. You deal with it day in and day out. Moving freight around the country. That is being stuck in traffic. According to industry analysis, traffic congestion has an economic impact of more than $100 billion. Obviously, traffic volume varies by location, but a dollar is a dollar. Money lost is money lost. The American Transportation Research Institute has released their 2026 list of the top 100 bottlenecks in the USA. Now, to determine the worst traffic bottlenecks, they measure the level of truck-involved congestion at more than 325 locations along the national highway system. Data from 2025 was used for this particular study, which found that traffic conditions continue to deteriorate. Work zones, infrastructure investments contributed in some cases here. But according to the report, average rush hour truck speeds are at 33.2 miles per hour. Among the top 10 worst traffic bottleneck locations, the average rush hour speed for trucks is at 29.6. Now, for the first time, the intersection of Interstate 294 and Interstate 290 Interstate 88 in Chicago has been identified as the worst bottleneck in the country. There were 3 locations in the Atlanta metro in the top 10, while Interstate 75 in McDonough, Georgia, about 30 miles south of Atlanta, also in the top 10. Houston has the 4th and 8th worst truck bottlenecks in the country. State by state, Texas has the most bottlenecks on the list, 12 in total, again out of the top 100. Georgia, the next at 9. California and Tennessee, each 8 locations listed among the worst. Congestion delays inflicted on truckers are the equivalent of 436,000 drivers sitting idle for an entire year. You break down the numbers. That while these congestion metrics are getting worse, the good news is that states do not need to accept the status quo. The ATRI president, Rebecca Brewster, pointing to one location in Illinois that previously ranked as the worst, but is no longer in the top 25. This gives kind of a roadmap how to reduce the choke points. All right, 3 locations in New York in the state ranking in the top 100. However, 2 of those locations dropped by 47 and 38 spots, respectively, compared to the prior year. It's clear that when government dedicates time and resources to addressing some of these major transportation challenges with infrastructure improvements, meaningful improvements can actually occur. The Association of New York said, when we invest in smart infrastructure solutions, we strengthen the economy, improve mobility, and better serve communities across the region. Top 10, so we said McDonough, Georgia, I-75. Cincinnati, Ohio at number 9, the I-71 at I-75. Houston, Texas, I-10 at I-69. Nashville, Tennessee, the I-24, I-40 at I-40 or I-440 East. Atlanta, Georgia at number 6 and number 5. Starting with I-20 at I-285 West, I-75 at I-285 North. Houston there at number 4 again, I-45 at I-69. Atlanta, Georgia, again at number 3, I-285 at I-85 North. Fort Lee, New Jersey at number 2, I-95 at State Route 4. And Chicago, Illinois, topping the list this time, I-294 at I-290, I-88. Anyone who's driven through Atlanta, and I can vouch for that many, many times, it doesn't matter what time of day you're rolling through there. I've been going through there. You'd be rolling through at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Of course, it's not grid-like like it is during, a morning or afternoon rush, but it's like, where in the hell are all these people going at this hour of the night? All right, back to the phones. Pappy, Casual Friday.
Not for Prince Andrew, it's not, Steve. What's up?
Yeah, not a whole lot. What do you think? Did you see the picture when he was released? He looked like kind of like a deer in the headlights. He looks petrified.
Yeah. They snatched him up with no warning. Steve, it just goes to show if the royal family can't sweep it under the rug, ain't nobody going to be able to. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, let's talk about this for a little bit again. It's going to keep coming up. Yeah, man, if the royal family can't, there's people sweating some bullets. See, here's my big thing. Not only that we talk. Did you hear, let me start off with this. Did you hear this one leftist come out? He's in Congress. I forget his name, dag on it. Oriental guy. came out and said Trump raped, killed, and eaten small children.
Wow. Okay.
So, see, where's he getting that information? Think about this. What I've talked about last few nights, that there's evidence that this was happening, right? The leftists know. They know it's out there. But they're trying to say Trump's involved. When Trump is the one that kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and called the police, the local authorities, when he found out about his shenanigans down there. Did you hear Whoopi?
Yeah, she sent him an email looking to maybe get a flight to, what was it, Caraco or something? I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing to it.
Well, and Steve, I believe her, honestly, right? When you look at the amount of stuff they had to go through, we talked about this before, overwhelming you with information, but underwhelming you with the facts, right? Trying to get to the facts and what's really happening. Anybody could have a picture taken with Epstein. It doesn't mean he's involved. Now, if you're hanging around Epstein after he got convicted in Florida, right, if you're still buddy-buddy with him, should raise some concerns. Do you see any of Wexford's testimony? The Victoria's Secrets?
That I did not. No.
Multi-billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
He was asked, they flat out asked, you ever heard of Trump being involved with Epstein? Epstein ever really talk about Trump and money involvement? And no, his answer is wrong. No. He's an older guy, man, older than dirt now. Now, I haven't seen this other interview with him several years ago. I haven't actually seen it. But there was an interview with him where supposedly, I got to say it's hearsay because I didn't see it, that this man claimed that because he's got some involvement with Epstein, that's why he's up there giving his testimony. He said he was possessed by a demon. You just leave that at that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the big thing, Steve, is that we all know that there's people inside our government running our government and governments around the world that have been compromised due to the whole Epstein thing. So who's really running the country? See, when you're forced to vote a certain way against your will, maybe even, because you've been compromised, who's really running the show, man? CIA? Let's talk about Iran. I know me and Grump, I don't want to say we disagree. Steve, I said this before in the past, man. That first Gulf War and the second one showed the whole world you do not want to FAFO with the United States, brother. Whole world found out real quick we are the bad bear on the block and don't mess with them because they will stomp your ass in the ground and there's nothing nobody can do about it unless things go nuclear. And that's a fact. We are the meanest and baddest boy on the block. Now, with that said, this whole, and Steve, you know me, man. I talked about it before. Nobody wants to get even with Iran more than me, man. Right? I told you, man. That's the reason I joined the Navy when they took the hostages, right? Well, one of the reasons. You know, the old man, the 20 years veteran, I always has plans to go in, but yeah, man. So, you know, I still think they got an ass whooping coming. But what is going to be the consequences? That's my only concern here. You know, we're talking 50 years, almost 45 years later, 79, something. I don't know, losing track of time here.
Right.
Here's my thing. See if this makes sense to you. Does Iran lay down? Say, I think it's going to happen, right? And there's no doubt about it. We can overwhelm them and just put the whoop down on them, right? Do we do that for like a couple days and just put the whoop down on them? Do they lay down and walk away to save their butts after that, or do we have to keep on going? And if they were going to lay down, Steve, why don't they lay down now? Why don't they walk away now? Take their little precious metals and everything they got over there and go away. And I thought that this first attack destroyed their nuclear capability. And I heard Trump running his mouth today saying they cannot have a nuclear bomb. Well, I thought we solved that problem a couple months ago. He needs to address the nation. I said it with Biden. I'm going to say it with Trump. He needs to address the nation before any ordinance gets dropped on that country. If I'm not mistaken, I think the State of the Union is coming up next week.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, perfect time for him to do this.
And there is, so I think it was, what's his name, Holt, Blaine Holt, General Blaine Holt, yeah. He's spoke out yesterday saying that, he doesn't think anything's going to happen until after the State of the Union.
My personal opinion is he needs to address the nation first. Now, that's what Iran might be thinking, too. And the night before, he might stomp their ass.
Right.
And listen, when Eagle made the comment, why is he letting them know when things might happen? Right? Talking about Reagan. He didn't run his mouth, he just did it. Steve, do you realize the psychological effect it's having on them? Knowing that we got 2 carriers out there and who knows how many destroyers and cruisers and submarines and man, I'm telling you, the psychological effect it's having on them could get them to come to their senses. If they don't come to their senses, even after a first strike, and they don't lay down and they're just going to fight it out, like a boxer maybe in the first ring. First bell hits, we come out and hit them with a left hook. They go down, but they get up before the count. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
See, to think that they can't, he came out, I don't know if it was the Ayatollah or one of their defense ministry guys came out and said, we're going to put one of your warships on the bottom of the ocean. Steve, these aircraft carriers, trust me, I know. And I know the firepower these carriers have. Remember what my rate was in the Navy? AO, Aviation Ordnance. We put the bombs on them planes. Anyway, these carriers can take multiple hits. To sink one of these things. If they manage to do that, First of all, you think 9/11 people stood up? Man, Steve, if they do that, they're done. I only hope that nothing like that happens, that they lay it down. Civilian casualties are held to a minimum, which you know that Trump is going to make that a priority. We can't have a lot of civilian casualties, as that ain't gonna fly over very well. So I think, Grump's right, man. I mean, we're the bad man on the block, and we can definitely go in there, and they know it, But are they going to lay down or not? Or are they going to fight? Or are they going to fight to the death? And if they do, I'm just telling you, this ain't no Iraq. Iran is different from Iraq. A lot bigger. They got these mountain terrains, make things a little harder. We can just sit back there and bomb them until we kill them all, I guess. And then who takes over? That's the other issue. You're rolling the dice here, man. Hopefully everything goes well, and you gotta put your trust and faith in Trump, Pete Hegseth, that they know what they're doing, and I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen, man. So let's just hope it goes well and not unwell. So, all right, brother. All I got, man. Everybody have a safe and happy weekend. And as always, Steve, watch your six. Thanks for taking the call, bud.
There you go. Watch your six. I mentioned Blaine Holt. It kind of sketched maybe a window of when something might happen this past day. Now, he said the details are set. The only thing variable is going to be the timing now. He said the president is trying to stretch out this diplomatic runway to see and maybe exhaust every possible opportunity to avoid some sort of a major theater war here. Even as Tehran is starting to move ships into the Straits of Hormuz, all this timing revolves around the president's schedule as well. I don't think we're going to see anything till after the State of the Union address next Tuesday. He also flagged the technical advantage of delayed action, saying night vision goggles will be optimal that following weekend, which could lower the risk for American personnel. Now, the president's also factoring market fallout into his plans. We know the president doesn't like to do things when the markets are active. I mean, he predicts the oil markets will go bananas. Right before any major move. Even so, stressing the U.S. can act immediately if ordered. I mean, the military is ready to go right now. The Gerald R. Ford's movement in the region could reduce danger. It would lower the risk for American forces if the Ford got closer before anything was launched. They are running ahead of schedule, he said. They were sighted off the coast of Morocco this past morning, which means she's now past the Strait of Gibraltar and into the Mediterranean Sea. Give her about 12 hours, she'll be ready for combat operations, he said. Describing how fast U.S. forces can shift into strike posture. Now, pressed on Iran's ability to respond, he said, it's not a match for us. Cautioning, Tehran is dangerous. Losses are possible. Iran's leaders might attempt a last-ditch escalation, describing it as like a Hail Mary pass. Maybe like 2,500 ballistic missiles aimed at not just Israel, but all the other capitals in the region. trying to fracture alliances. But he said Trump's patience it's being strategic. It's not hesitant. The president trying to adjudicate something because he wants to save the Abraham Accords. But Iran, unfortunately, has to be dealt with right now. This is the ninth inning for the Ayatollah and all the mullahs there. The regime's internal collapse is accelerating the moment with a leader who's turned the guns on his own people amid a humanitarian crisis of exponential portions in that country. And the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, they know their days very well could be numbered, right? All right, who we have on board? Gene, got you coming up here. Lone Ranger. It's been a while since we've heard from you. Looks like Eagle back up and at him at 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. You can learn more at industrialinjection.com. Back following a news break as we close out another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. As the world prepares for the homegoing of civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson, his children are speaking out about their father's death.
Jackson's son, Yusef, who will take over the operations of Rainbow Push, gave his personal feelings.
God gave my father some extra innings. His death did not come without warning to us, yet we're still painfully unprepared emotionally.
5 of the 6 Jackson siblings also spoke on their father's impact on the lives of so many people. Reverend Jackson suffered from a rare form of Parkinson's disease, and his services will be held next week in Chicago. I'm Perry Williams.
A top White House advisor says some members of the Federal Reserve should be disciplined for saying that American consumers are paying for President Trump's tariffs.
A new study by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows that last year, the average tariff rate on U.S. imports increased by over 10%, and that nearly 90% of the tariff's economic burden fell on U.S. firms and consumers. On Wednesday, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett called the paper an embarrassment and said the study's authors should be disciplined. The Labor Department says the inflation rate rose less than 3% last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Republican National Committee is filing a lawsuit in an attempt to block a Virginia redistricting referendum.
Virginia's Democratic-led Senate and House of Delegates have scheduled a ballot proposal for this April that could allow lawmakers to redraw U.S. congressional districts with the aim of picking up more Democratic seats. A lawsuit filed by the RNC Wednesday seeks to block the public referendum, claiming the move violates the state's constitution. The Virginia Supreme Court has said it will take up the case but won't issue a ruling until after the referendum. The RNC wants to stop the proposal from going before voters while the court considers the case. I'm Scott Carr.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Newly released Epstein files are stirring concern from school photo lines to Wall Street as parents and investors weigh the implications.
LifeTouch denies any connection to Epstein despite online claims, saying student photos were never shared externally. Apollo Global Management, whose former CEO Leon Black appears in the files, says the recent disclosures show nothing new and there's no ongoing connection to Epstein. Critics are calling for closer scrutiny of past ties. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
At least 8 backcountry skiers are confirmed dead and 1 is missing after a massive avalanche near Castle Peak in the Lake Tahoe area of Northern California. Authorities say the group was caught during a powerful winter storm. Rescue crews search through heavy snow and dangerous conditions as the investigation continues. After nearly a decade in Virginia, Boeing is moving its defense, space, and security headquarters from Arlington back to St. Louis, Missouri. The company said the decision is about putting leadership closer to engineers and factory workers building next-generation combat aircraft and defense systems. The move comes just weeks after Democrat Abigail Spanberger took office as Virginia's governor, replacing Governor Glenn Youngkin. Missouri's governor calls it a major win for the heartland, while Boeing says its global headquarters will still remain in Arlington. The company frames the shift as a business decision focused on performance and innovation. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
drive you along for the ride here as we kick off a Friday. Getting ready for the weekend. Hey, where we at? 20th day of February already. Short month, only 8 days to go. March will be knocking on the door. Hey, back to the phones. Is this Gene?
Yes, it is, Steve.
Hey,
How
Gene.
you doing tonight?
Doing all right. What's happening?
Anyhow, I heard you talking about some joint pain. You were going in to have some work done or something on it. And one of my family members was scheduled to go in to schedule hip replacement. And I said, I keep hearing this ad on the radio, and I'm looking at their website right now. It's an alternative treatment to surgery for chronic pain and sports injuries. And what they do is they take your blood, they centrifuge it, to separate the red blood cells, the plasma, and the platelets and everything. And then they take your platelets and they mix some kind of medication with it and inject it back into the joint to regenerate it and to heal. And so she's really doing well. She canceled the hip replacement surgery, and she says, I'm feeling great. She's back to walking, exercising.
Wow.
There's two different types. They call it a PRP injection, which is platelet-rich plasma. And then there's another one that's a step above that. They can take your stem cells, and they do a similar thing with the stem cells. I think they add something to it and then inject it back in, depending on what your condition is. And then I think it's the stem cell treatment's a little more expensive. But it's for knee pain, shoulder pain, elbow pain, wrist pain, back pain, hip pain, ankle pain, arthritis pain, finger and toe pain, hand, foot pain, tendon and ligament pain, and joint pain. So this place is called, you can look it up, it's called QC Kinetic, KINETIX.com. I don't know if they have a couple of clinics here in town in Denver, and I don't know if they have any more around the country, but there are other places that do that. If you look up PRP injection procedure, there may be some other clinics around the country, but
I did a quick search, and there's one right here in our town, Cincinnati. Here,
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And it's a free evaluation. If they can't help you, it's free. And then otherwise, they can schedule the appointment, and you go in, and like I say, you have the procedure, and there's 3 sessions. You go in, and you take the first injection, then you have to wait 2 weeks, and you get the second injection, another 2 weeks, and get the third injection, and then go from there after those procedures take through. But she is really, she says, thank you very much for giving me this information. She says, I didn't want to go through the hip replacement surgery. And I said, you're too young for that. I said, that only lasts for like 10, 15 years, and then that joint that they put in there wears out, and you have to do something again.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, I thought I'd run that by you and see if that's something that could help you out.
That's that's good information, and I know he's listening. Yeah, it was our friend, the 2-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. He's at the home 20 right now with the wife, and he's going to, I guess, either today or something over the weekend. He's the one going in to see the doc, and they're going to, do I take another, I guess it's cortisone shot, or do we do the hip replacement? I guess that would be an alternative he can look at.
Yeah, there's an alternative, and I would suggest it. And like I say, it's a free. Well, here it is. It's a free appointment. If they can't help you, they don't charge you for it. But it really, I'm surprised. It really helped her, and you can go on and look at all the people that have had it and all their results, and it's the latest technology. And like I say, it's for hip and knee and fingers and shoulders, and they have all kinds of ads on the radio. The sports, there's baseball players and football players that are going through it, and they said, "Man, get me back out golfing again and running and playing with my grandkids and all kinds of things. So I won't hold you up because I know you got, I think you got eagle coming up. I enjoy hearing eagle and horse feathers and stuff. So anyhow, I hope that works out for you.
That's good information, Gene. I appreciate you checking in there. Denver, Colorado. Yeah, so two-time world champion. If you're tuned in, QC Kinetics. I did a quick Google search, and that's it popped right up there. Feel better, move better, live better. Non-surgical alternatives for joint pain. If you're struggling with joint pain, you may qualify for the QC Kinetics difference, a non-surgical treatment approach designed to help you get back to doing what you love. Okay. So check it out. I guess they've got facilities and operations all around the country because that popped right up here in my local area. Lone Ranger, how the heck we doing?
Well, not so good, actually. I had my 6-month PET scan after the operation, and I got the results yesterday. And when the doctor says, come on and sit down, I got to talk to you, that is not a good sign.
Uh-oh.
So I looked at it, I was, feeling okay. I had little aches and pains, but, everybody has that. So he sat down, he said, he starts rattling off all that. Look, just tell me what it is. So he said, it came back, cancer came back, and it came back with a vengeance. So here, when I first, 2 years ago, when I first got diagnosed, the tumor was 6 by 7 centimeters, and the doctor freaked out over that size. So now I have one in my abdomen that's 20 centimeters. And he said, well, he's a real nice guy. It's a real small cancer center, like an offshoot from the hospital. Real nice guy. He's been an oncology doctor for 45 years, but he's old school. I think he was in his 70s, but he's old school. So he says, well, I got this procedure that tried, it worked for me before back in the past, and blah, blah, blah. You start out with these pills, and you go into the chemo. I said, whoop, stop right there. I said, I've had about every kind of chemo you can get for my type of cancer, and it didn't work. He said, oh, I've had this, good luck with this, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. So I made an appointment for Monday. So I'm on a first-name basis with my Philadelphia doctor. So I texted him, he called me back, and he said, let me tell you something. He said, that guy is old school. My Philadelphia doctor, he's on the council for cancer research, and he's contributed to some new. So this guy is a genius, totally into it. He said, I'm going to give you the name of the procedure that we're going to try next, and it's the only thing, it's our last shot. So if that doesn't work, I'll be calling in as a Dead Ranger instead of Lone Ranger. But anyway, I went back into the hospital, and I got to ask the doc. He texted it to me, so I can't even pronounce the name. He said, ask him if he does this procedure. He does this procedure, you get it done out there, but he says, I don't think a little tiny hospital like that is going to do it. There's a place in Philadelphia is a university hospital. It's Fox Chase University Hospital. It's one of the highest accredited cancer places in the country. But they keep up to what's happening. Every new procedure, sometimes they actually introduce it. Mm-hmm. And he said, look, just ask him. You got my text. Ask him if he does that. I walked in. Doctor doesn't want to talk to you unless you sign stuff so they can get paid for it. So I said, look, I just have to ask him a question. I don't have to sit down with him for 15 minutes. So the nurse came out and took me back there, and he starts rattling off about this and that. I said, look, I only have one question for you. Here's the procedure. Do you do this procedure? And he said, no, we don't do that. I don't think he even knew what it was. So I said, I'm going to cancel my appointment for Monday, and I'm going to get back to Pennsylvania. So I shook his hand. Nice guy, a real nice guy. So I got a hold of the other doctor in Philly, and I said, she said, a mass this size is life-threatening. He said, you have to get back here. You got to fly back here. I said, well, I can't get an appointment till Monday anyway, and I can drive back. I got my tow vehicle. I got a car in the trailer and 2 other cars in the container. So I said, look, I'm going to leave the car that's in a trailer out there so I can make better time without a 28-foot trailer and a 4,600-pound car in it.
Mm-hmm.
So now I just heard this. This is just yesterday afternoon. And he told me, he said, you got to get back here as quick as you can.
Mm.
So here I am. I'm in Odessa, Texas now. So I'll get home Saturday, probably Saturday night, and be ready for I have an 8:45 appointment already. They made it, and I'm not even there. So this procedure is going to go on and on and on for months. It's a long procedure, and I have to drive down to Philadelphia every 3 weeks for a long time. So it just knocked the socks out of me because I brought my contractor buddy out here with me to work on the property. We got all the work done. All I had left to do was painting. And boom, got the bomb dropped on me. So now my buddy's up in Montana visiting his daughter. I drove him up to Utah, Provo, Utah, and she drove down from Montana. We met, and I got a room and stuff, and had dinner together. And then I took off in the morning and came back down to Arizona. So he's up there now. The promise was at the end of March I had to go do the same thing, go up to Provo, and she was going to drive down, pick him up, and then we go home. So now he's stuck in Montana. I can't go up there. I'm stuck. So I called him. I said, I'll fly you home. So anyway, the way it stands right now, and the doctor in Arizona, I said to him, look, I am so sick of all these procedures.
Yeah.
I'm married to cancer. I can't live my life like this. So he said to me, I said, what if I just didn't do anything? Just cut everything out. How long would I live? He said, 1 month.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
So that's why I'm on my way back. But this is the last shot. If this doesn't work, it's game over. So, but I gotta hope this vehicle doesn't break down or something, because I really have no time for a breakdown. So anyway, I don't want to bring the show down or cry about my own problems, but that's the update. Now your hip or knee thing, whatever it is, his daughter and son-in-law. His son-in-law went to the VA. He had trouble with his leg, and they gave him one of those. Did you ever see those pads? They have like a red infrared light on them built in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, the VA gave him one of them, and he started using it, and his leg, the pain went away. So his wife always had migraine headaches. So they gave her a cap that she puts on her head, and she puts a little thing on each side of her temple and turns it on. Same thing in red infrared. And it took her migraine headaches away. So, I don't know, it might be worth looking into. They sell them on Amazon. They're all different sizes. They're not really expensive. But his son-in-law said it was terrific. He couldn't hardly even walk. So, just another thing to maybe look at. And I don't know about anybody else. Now, God bless Nancy Guthrie. I hope she's alive. I hope she comes back and does okay. But this coverage of this has me so burned out all day, every day. They show the same pictures over and over and over, make the same statements over and over and over, and they have all these retired law enforcement people coming on. They all have an opinion. Well, I think it's this. I think it's that. I think it was a robbery. Nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Just let the cops do their work. I don't even have an opinion on how could I? Nobody knows anything. My biggest threat, if I was a family member, is how close Tucson is to the border. Because if she's on the other side of the border, that makes it real complicated.
Exactly.
And if it was a cartel move, those people are ruthless. they'll shoot a 2-year-old baby in the head. So hopefully it's not that. But, you know, the woman needs medical care. She needs prescriptions. This is like, 19 or 20 days now?
Yeah.
And somebody 84 years old, they said the pacemaker will be okay. But it's kind of leaning towards her not surviving. I hate to say that, but I hope she does. But just the news coverage is just relentless. It just burns you right out. So anyway, good luck with your health thing. I'm going to do the best I can to stay alive, but this is the last roundup. This is it. So, all right. I'm going to get to the mode.
I've lost track of, I mean, this is like round number 4, isn't it? I mean, you had it, got rid of it, had it, got rid of it. You went through the stem cell thing, didn't you? That was supposed to be the silver bullet, I thought.
Well, I said that to the doctor on the phone. I said, look, that CAR T stem cell operation cost $1 million.
Wow.
And I was never so happy I spent time in the Army because, see, now, the VA hospitals were garbage when remember when Obama, he defunded the military, took money from the military and put it into social programs. And you might recall there was veterans that are actually dying waiting for an operation because they didn't have the money to do the operation. So then when Trump came in his first term, he refinanced the military, which includes the VA, and the VA hospital I go to, it was a dump. And after that renewal, and they put everything new in there, it's cleaner than a regular hospital now. So I had to get a referral. It's what the VA gives you if they can't handle your medical issue. You're allowed to go to a regular hospital and they'll cover it. Or if you live too far away from the closest VA hospital, that helps too. But now for that $1 million operation, I had a referral to cover everything, all the blood work and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to get a separate referral for that operation because it was so costly. So they got it through now. When I talked to them yesterday, I said, look, I got to go through another procedure, and I'm sure it's expensive, but it's not an infusion. It's something else. He tried to explain it to me. I was lost. But this is my last shot, so can't win a battle with a white flag. Got to keep fighting. So here I am.
100%.
All right.
Thank you, Ranger.
Yeah.
I'm not the news you wanted to get. No doubt. Like everybody's saying, cancer sucks. But good to hear from you, Ranger. So let's all just say a prayer. Yeah, safe travels. He's got to make that drive from Arizona back to Philly. Or back to Allentown, I guess. Their memory serves the home 20. That's a long journey. But of course, he drove truck for many, many years. Yeah, to truck drivers, no, that's another trip. Just another day in the life of a driver. We'll hope and pray it works. 25 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. A rainy night in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina, 51 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Good to have you on board. Jerry said, praying for your Ranger. Michael said, cancer sucks. Sneakers, good to hear from Lone Ranger. Prayers for a full recovery, says Iron Duck. All right. Do you believe in aliens, UFOs, unidentified aerial phenomenon? President Trump announcing this past day he's going to move to release government files related to aliens, UFOs, and UAPs based on the tremendous interest shown, he says. I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, unidentified flying objects, any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters, he says. This kind of revives an issue that gained a lot of attention during his first term, and when the Pentagon formally acknowledged the existence of what they call UAPs, the government's term for unexplained aerial sightings. This also comes days after former President Obama, in an interview, kind of asserted that aliens are real, but I haven't seen them. That was his quote. Aliens are real, but, well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. That's President Trump speaking to reporters. So what he's saying is the fact that Barack Obama actually made a statement, aliens are real, but I haven't seen them. President Trump said that's classified. So I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. Okay. Now, in 2020, the Department of Defense declassified several Navy videos showing these objects performing unusual maneuvers, doing things that nothing man-made has ever been developed would be able to do. They also established the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force to assess potential national security threats. That marked the first time in decades that the federal government actually publicly addressed unexplained aerial encounters in a structured kind of way. 2021, shortly after President Trump left office, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAPs, examining more than 140 different incidents reported by military personnel, as you'll recall. But okay, what's that? Cue the Twilight Zone. 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. News brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injectors, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. The European Commission has launched a formal investigation into Chinese fast fashion retailer Shein under the Digital Services Act, examining whether it allowed illegal products on its platform and used design features that encourage addictive user behavior. Regulators say fines are possible if violations are confirmed. The number of people being bitten by sharks has risen sharply.
The jump in shark bites comes after a sharp decline the year before. The International Shark Attack File at the University of Florida counts 65 unprovoked shark bites last year, up from 47 the year before, but still below the average of 72. In U.S. waters, there were 25 attacks, 11 in Florida, mostly involving surfers south of Daytona Beach. Still, the odds of being bitten by a shark remain statistically very low. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we're back, rolling into a Friday. I got a weekend coming on. What's on the agenda this weekend? I guess wrapping up the Winter Olympic Games. Yeah, just like that, 2 weeks have come and gone. Meanwhile, let's see. Eagle, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here with you this time, Steve. I got a couple things to talk about tonight, Steve. First subject I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna raise some serious hell about this situation because you know how I feel about the United States and being an American. And you got a guy that listens to your show that has a smart attitude. I'm not gonna mention his name. He seems to want to comment on everything I say, and hopefully he'll comment on this too, because I really don't care what he thinks, to tell you the truth. But first of all, I wanted to say this, Steve, about Lone Ranger. They call when he was calling in a couple years ago. Yeah, he was one of my favorite callers. I wonder what happened to my man, and hopefully, he makes his way from Arizona up to Pennsylvania and can get the help he needs, and he'll be successful and he can get rid of this cancer and get back to normal and start calling back in and living a normal life again. Hopefully, God will bless him. I'll be praying for him tonight. But this first subject I'm gonna talk about, Steve, it pisses me off. Like I said before, I get to this situation with Prince Harry, Andrew, or whatever the hell his name is. It's about the United States and the U.S. Olympic team. Some of these individuals over in Italy right now, and they're disrespecting America, disrespecting the country that they're supposed to be representing. See, if it was me, if I was the president, if I was Donald Trump, and I found out they was disrespecting the United States, they'd be on the first airplane out of Italy back to the United States of America. And I get them off. I take that, strip them of their uniform, and give it to somebody who actually wants to represent this country, and send them over to Italy to replace that person. Because see, if you don't love the country that you're supposed to be representing, go represent somebody else. Go represent North Korea, China, or whatever country you choose. If you're not happy with the United States, then don't represent this country. You don't go over there and embarrass the United States, saying that you don't agree with what's happening in this country. Because you should, if you felt that way, you shouldn't have put the United States uniform on to begin with. It's just that simple. But like I said, they're a little bit nicer than I am. But like I said before, if they did it to me and I was president, they'd be on the first plane out of Italy back to the United States. And I'm being real nice when I say that. I really don't want to bring them back to the U.S., but I can't say what I want to say on the radio. Now, let me get to the other point that I want to talk about. Now, what's this guy's name, Steve? Okay, he is Prince Charles, the King of England. He's his brother. Is it Prince Harry? Is this his guy's name?
Andrew. Prince Andrew.
Andrew. Okay. Now here it goes right here now, Steve. I'm gonna say this right now. When I heard the news this morning that this man had been stripped of his services and that he was associated with Epstein, that's gonna be the first hat to fall, Steve. You gonna start seeing names drop. You gonna start seeing people arrested now, because if they can do that to a man that's supposed to be royalty, if they can do that to Prince Charles, who's the King of England, his brother, if they can do that to that man, and besides that, I look at it this way with that guy. If he's going down, Steve, put yourself in his position. You know if he was at these parties, if he was having sex with these underage girls at these parties at Epstein's Island, you know damn well he know who else was there at that party. He know all the other people's names that was there. And if you think that guy's going to go down by himself, you better think again. If those people, that other people that was associated with Epstein, if they think that he's going to keep quiet and not say the other names of those people that's out there, I'm surprised he ain't said it already. But but I'm telling you right now, some names are going to start dropping in the next few weeks, because this guy's going to start talking. Because I promise you, he's not going down by himself. And I don't blame him at this point, because he's not the only one guilty. And like I say, Bill Clinton, if they want to arrest somebody, Bill Clinton should have been arrested a long time ago. People keep saying, well, how come nobody's been arrested yet? Well, that's a name right there. We know for sure Bill Clinton was associated with Epstein. You got a big portrait of the man in the man's home with a dress on. Well, what more evidence do you need to know that Bill Clinton is a slime ball in garbage? Bill Clinton should be in a jailhouse right now somewhere in America. Now, the last subject I want to talk about, Steve, is the war with Iran and that's coming up with the United States. Well, there ain't going to be no war because Iran poses no threat whatsoever to the United States of America. This guy here, this supreme leader, he's just a bunch of hot air, a bunch of talk. He's a bunch of coward is what he really is. He's hiding up under a gutter in a tunnel somewhere up in Iran, running like the rat that he is, and speaking here and there, and talk bad mouth in the United States. Like I said, there is no, like I told you last night, Steve, there is no negotiation with this man. And Donald Trump knows that. That's why he don't set the biggest arsenal of military, I think they're saying almost in the history of the United States, with not one aircraft carrier, two of them. You know how many airplanes on those aircraft carriers?
Yes.
This man here, they sending some serious weaponry over there to Iran. This Donald Trump is not playing. He's dealing with a different man. Apparently, he thinks that Joe Biden is still in the White House. Joe Biden is not in the White House. Joe Biden would do absolutely nothing. That man, he would be still continuing his nuclear program if Joe Biden was in the White House, because Joe Biden he didn't even know he was president, to be honest with you. But Donald Trump is not playing games with this guy. He's on limited time right now. It's just a matter of time before Donald Trump makes his move. So my advice to this so-called supreme leader, if you care about yourself and I get the hell out of Iran and find somewhere else to go, my man, because the U.S. is coming for you, brother. And like I said before, you in big trouble, because he should have kept his big mouth closed. All he had to do was get rid of his nuclear program and forget about it, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's just that simple, because the man and the country, the people are too dangerous. They've already said, and I told you about the video I saw last night, Steve. This guy is still saying death to America and death to Israel. You can't, if you got a man talking like that, that shows me right there that the man can't be compromised with. And the only way to get this man quiet is go in there and do your thing. And we got a president that's actually going to do that. So all I can say is God bless America and bombs away. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, all right. Yeah, there was. I can remember far enough back when there was actually a song. Remember that song, "Bomb Iran"? It was a play off the Barbara Ann, if memory serves. "Bomb Iran." But things could get ugly. Just how ugly? You know, along that line. It's more and more. It looks like something's going to be happening. Everybody's kind of leaning that way. The Polish Prime Minister this past day, Donald Tusk, with a T, issued an urgent direct appeal to all Polish citizens in Iran, which was leave the country immediately. In a press conference near Warsaw, Tusk warned the possibility of an armed conflict is, quote, very, very real. And in a dozen or several dozen hours, evacuations could become impossible. Please leave Iran immediately. Do not go to this country under any circumstances, emphasizing that no one will be able to guarantee safe exit in the event of what they call a hot conflict erupting. The Polish Prime Minister insisted he does not seek to generate panic, but recalled past experience where similar warnings were ignored, urging take the message seriously, he says. All this amid the escalation of tension, as just hours earlier reports indicating the United States may be closer to military action following hints from President Trump about very tough measures, was his quote, if there's no nuclear agreement. Yeah, we know the deployment in the region, the aircraft carriers raising global concerns. Tusk didn't detail specific intelligence sources, but his intervention is unusual due to the direct tone and the timing he took this past day. This is the second time in recent months Poland has issued a similar warning about Iran, reflecting growing European concerns of a possible confrontation. Okay, 844-844-3388. Back to the trucking side of news. Savannah Hernandez, kind of like an investigative reporter, just like that young man who had first gone into Minneapolis. What's his name? He's now out in California uncovering fraud. These daycare facilities, healthcare facilities, to the tune of billions of dollars that he's unveiled. A similar scenario, but this time when it comes to the trucking industry. Bombshell investigation by Frontline's Turning Point USA, uncovering a massive web of ghost trucking companies operating out of empty office spaces across the country, reporter Savannah Hernandez discovered that while hundreds of semi-trucks are being deployed onto American highways, their registered business locations are often little more than an empty room or maybe even a residential home. Hernandez identified one office building where 32 separate trucking companies were registered to a single address. Of those 32 companies, 16 remain active with trucks currently on the road, she says. And now she went to the location. On-site inspection reveals no physical presence whatsoever, no records, no employees for any of those 16 operations. Now, Department of Transportation rules require one address per company for audits and record keeping. These shell companies, these shell locations, make federal oversight, pretty much impossible. One of the active trucking companies was linked to a home health care business. The headquarters that received $152,000 plus payment protection program loan back in 2020 during the pandemic. That loan has been fully forgiven. Now, despite the business being healthcare or trucking, the loan was filled under the unrelated category of home and garden equipment repair and maintenance. Following the paper trail, the LLC for the so-called healthcare company led to a $500,000 residential home that also served as the address for a real estate firm and yet another trucking company. Her investigation highlights this crisis of compliance in the trucking industry. Fraudulent operators reportedly helping these non-English speaking migrants and illegal immigrants obtain CDLs by exploiting licensing loopholes. We know, of course, this week, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy finalized the rule to end the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs to unvetted foreign drivers, with those sort of drivers being involved in crashes that killed more than 30 people last year alone. As of February 18, the DOT, as we know, ordered the closure of more than 550 commercial driving schools around the country that are employing unqualified instructors that were falsifying test results. All right, quick time out here. Tom, I believe, will check in from Houston. Got you coming up next. The C&I dog on board and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Let's jump on down to Houston, Texas. Let me see. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Texas. Let me say something about Iran real quick. I recently have a 6 in front of the final digit of my age. I do remember the 70s, and there are a bunch of wonderful Iranian citizens who are very intelligent, very business savvy, and they're oppressed by the regime.
Mm-hmm.
So my prayer is that the majority of the people in Iran can overcome the suppression of their current government. Okay, enough said there.
Yeah.
Concerning the highway, the number 4, what'd you say, congestion spot in America?
Yes.
Right here in Houston?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, well, we are just now entering the time frame of a whole new reroute of I-45 through downtown Houston. And instead of there being more or less a circle of highways around the downtown district, it is now going to be a upside-down C. And the leg on the western side of that C, upside down C, used to be I-45. So I-45 is now going to incorporate into 69 and then off to the east and then incorporate into I-10 and then come around the north side of downtown and then go north towards Huntsville and Dallas. So, and this is take a guess at how long this project will take according to TxDOT.
I know it's years. Is it 10, 20? What's it going to be?
They're saying 14 years.
Okay.
So I put my government calculator on that, and we're looking at 18 to 20.
Yeah.
Okay. So any of my trucking friends out there, I used to drive flatbeds and reefers and the whole business. If you got a contract and it runs through Houston or anywhere on the I-10 corridor on the east side of Texas, get another contract, because it is going to take you, even at 2 a.m. in the morning, it's going to take you a good extra hour and a half. At 4 p.m. in the afternoon, it might take an extra 4.5 hours to get through Houston.
Wow.
Okay. So, and that's, like I say, 14 years by what they say. Okay. And it's just ridiculous. And it's government. There you go, coming straight at you. And I like listening to your show because, you know, you do a wide variety of topics. And, of course, we have, here in the state of Texas, we just opened up early voting for the primaries for our cycle coming up in November. And our senators are up versus John Cornyn. Our governor is up. Our lieutenant governor is up. And I just want to say, everybody go out there and vote red, because we got to keep Texas strong. And have you heard about the Colonias here east of Houston?
I'm not familiar.
Well, you need to look it up. It's a community by a man out there and his brother who bought almost, I think it was close to 120,000 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And they've gone in and put the crappiest concrete streets with no curbs, bar ditches for sewer, and they're selling these plots, financing them anywhere between 18 to 28% to the illegal Mexicans. and you go over there, and it's just like you're, south of Juarez or something.
Wow.
And they have the little taco wagons. They have convenience stores, and the school district there in Cleveland, Texas, is having a terrible time keeping up with these kids because these people who come there, they run on this quote-unquote loan for 18 to 24 months, and then they just give up the house, and surprise, surprise, they hadn't been paying their county, school, or state taxes, And it's kind of coming to a head, but it's been operating over there for going on 8 years.
Wow.
And they're talking in the neighborhood of, I think, 60 to 70,000 people and upwards of 20,000 families, I believe. And but my point being, I'm sure this is not the only thing happening like this around the country. So this stuff needs to be cracked down, and anybody who gets upset about having to show your papers, there's a reason for it. And if you ain't got nothing to hide, have them on you. If you got something to hide, get right and do the thing where you can leave the country and then come back as a legal citizen with some skills and be ready to assimilate to my country.
Contribute.
I'll say it.
There you go. Hey, we're up against the clock. Tom, I'll have to look up that. It sounds like a good place for Immigrations and Customs Enforcement maybe to roll into next. News brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. A debate is intensifying in New York over Mayor Zoran Mamdani's proposal to raise taxes on high earners and large corporations. Mamdani argues higher taxes are needed to prevent budget shortfalls from falling on working and middle-class residents. Governor Kathy Hochul has signaled opposition, noting that changes to income taxes require state approval. Critics warn higher taxes could drive residents and businesses out of the city, while supporters say new revenue is essential to fund services. With a $127 billion city budget on the table, the clash highlights broader tensions inside the Democratic Party over fiscal policy and the future of America's largest city. More than 4,200 nurses at New York Presbyterian Hospital remain on strike for a 6th week.
As nurses at Mount Sinai and Montefiore head back to hospitals after reaching an agreement, nurses at New York Presbyterian are still fighting for one. They say pay is not so much an issue, but safe staffing and job security. The nurses union pointing to one instance that drives this home, saying nurses working on the pediatric care unit at New York Presbyterian's Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital were awarded nearly $400,000 after the hospital was found in violation of safe staffing measures. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The FDA has reversed its decision and is now agreeing to review Moderna's flu vaccine.
Last week, the FDA notified Moderna it was refusing to review its new influenza shot. Moderna now seeking accelerated approval for people ages 65 and up and full approval for those 50 to 64. The vaccine uses mRNA technology, the same method used in COVID shots, an approach that's been criticized by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The FDA expected to decide on the new Moderna vax by August 5th. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The U.S. military is ready to strike Iran as early as this weekend.
But CNN says President Trump has yet to make a final decision on whether he'll authorize the attack. With White House officials briefed, the military could be ready for a hit by the weekend. There has been a significant increase in air and naval assets in the Middle East this week. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. is reportedly planning to withdraw all of its troops from Syria.
The Wall Street Journal reports President Trump has ordered all American troops to leave the Middle Eastern country within 2 months. About 1,000 U.S. troops remain in Syria after soldiers withdrew from several key sites earlier this year. Officials tell the Journal the withdrawal is not related to the American military buildup in the region amid tensions with Iran. This over 2 months after 2 U.S. service members and 1 civilian interpreter were killed in a suspected ISIS attack in Syria. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The first full trailer of The Mandalorian and Grogu is out now. Mark Mayfield fills us in.
Pedro Pascal will reprise his role as the Mandalorian from the hit Disney Plus series. He'll be joined by franchise newcomers Sigourney Weaver and Jeremy Allen White. This marks the first time that a Star Wars film will hit the big screen since 2019's The Rise of Skywalker. The Mandalorian and Grogu hits theaters May the 22nd. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. Another hour off and rolling as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Day number 20th day of February. All right, coming up, more on the whole Prince Andrew bombshell that came down this past day in regards to Epstein. Of course, in New York. Don't say we didn't try to warn you. How many tried to sound the alarm about Mondami? Socialist, communist, running on a platform of everything's gonna be free. Hey, there is no such thing as free. Mondami doesn't have $1 involved in this. Anything given to anyone in New York comes from the taxpayers. They're in New York. It's just to give someone something for free, they got to take it from somebody else. Sure as hell didn't take long for him to say, I'm going to have to dig into your pocket to cover all my free stuff. You see, it's not free. Anyway, more on that coming up as well. Quickly, let me get to the CNI dog, though, as we get things underway this hour. What do you say, dog?
Good morning.
Morning.
This might sound like a commercial for QC Kinetics, but it's not. My wife had hip pain, and then it got worse, and the pain started migrating down the side of her leg, down towards her ankle. And she was really struggling with it. It was hard to walk. It was hard to sleep. And I kept hearing about the QC Kinetics commercial on the local radio show. Actually, the people who do the morning show, I've met them in person a couple times, and I've actually talked to them about QC Kinetics. And they were quite excited about the stories that I shared with them. He was right. They come up with the serum, the stem cells, and some other stuff, and they run through a centrifuge, and they re-inject it into your body. She had 4 treatments of that on her right side. The first 2 were kind of mild, but it kind of ramped up with what they put inside the muscle. You got your leg muscle, your by your buttocks, and then you got your front. But then there's like a muscle that wraps around the pelvic bone, and that's where she was hitting a lot of pain. I had a friend who had a hip surgery, and he said that those hips can wear out after a while, and you have to get another surgery. His sister got both hips done at the same time, and then one time he said that one of her hips popped out and it was very, very painful. If you find that you have any pain that you're not sure about, go and talk to them. Ask them to take a look, and they'll let you know if you're a candidate for that kind of procedure or not.
Mm-hmm.
It went so well for her, she actually had a little bit done on the other side of her hip, on the other side of her body. So, yeah, I live in the Chicago area, and what we went to was in Aurora. So I'm pretty sure they have outlets in many places. They're on the campus of the hospital, so it's not like it's like a strip mall or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
And I hear that some doctors do surgery on people and they follow up with the same type of care. Did you get a chance to listen to the Patty Dog song?
I listened to I think the trucking song. I don't think I heard the dog song.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, check it out when you get a chance. All right. Thank you for having a good show. Right. It's good hearing Ranger.
Yeah.
I do miss him out here. And I also miss the guy that used to write your letters, Lone Star. Remember emails from Lone Star?
Yeah, yes, sir. I do.
Okay. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. All right, there you go. First thing I thought when I heard, Prince Andrew arrested. Initially, I thought it had something to do with sexual misconduct, the Epstein Island, and all that. This particular scenario does not have anything to do with that. That's all supposed to have been buried back in 2022 when he settled a civil lawsuit that was brought here in the U.S. by the now deceased Virginia Giuffre, who had accused him of sexually abusing her when she was a teenager at properties that were owned by Epstein or his associates, you may recall. Even the circumstances of her death are questionable, to say the least. So they say the current investigation is not related to this or other allegations of sexual impropriety. Now, to ultimately face criminal charges, he would join a very small group of senior British royals who've formerly been accused of offenses historically. This was about sending confidential government documents, supposedly, at some point in time to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. He turned 66 this past day. That's Andrew, the king's younger brother. What a way to spend your birthday. Had been questioned all day by detectives from the Thames Valley Police. Earlier this month, they say the police force said they were looking into allegations that he had passed documents to the late convicted sex offender while working as a trade envoy. But, we're talking about a senior royal, 8th in line to the throne. Unprecedented in modern times, they say. The king himself made a brief statement, King Charles, that is. I've learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew and suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, a Reuters news reporter saw the prince leaving a police station in eastern England where he was met by a small group of photographers and television crews a little after 7 p.m. local time there. One photo taken after his release showing him seated inside a car, appearing obviously visibly shaken, as they put it. He appeared petrified. Now, although Buckingham Palace was not informed in advance about the arrest, King Charles said the authorities had the family's full, wholehearted support and cooperation here. Let me state clearly, he says, the law must take its course. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue our duty and service to you all. He did ultimately then visit a fashion show in London yesterday. No further comments. Now, Andrew's the second son of the late Queen Elizabeth. And I'm hearing some reports that these accusations go back years, and the Queen had kind of essentially covered for him, covered as in believed him, because he told her these are all allegations, they're made up, I've done nothing wrong. He denied any wrongdoing. His office did not respond to requests for comment, has not spoken publicly since the release of more than 3 million pages of documents by the U.S. government. So that Epstein document dump is actually having profound impacts on people elsewhere around the world. So there you go. Again, no relationship supposedly at this point in time of any sexual impropriety. I don't know if they'll go back and revisit the late Virginia Guffrey. 844-844-3388. On to New York. Yeah, gotta love Mamdani, right? Be careful what you wish for, as they say. First of all, we know taxes, New York, it's outrageous. There's a video that's gone viral from a native New Yorker sharing the out-of-control reality of life living under the high-tax liberal policies like New York. What was supposed to be a simple $133 overnight stay in the city, a hotel stay, turned into a nightmare of hidden cost. $63.80 in taxes and fees tacked onto the bill, a nearly 50% markup. The breakdown of the bill, and she shares the receipt, it reveals the web of government overreach and corporate add-ons that are suffocating everyday Americans, while New York City and state already take their 8.875% cut. The tax and spend agenda doesn't stop there. The fees that they tag on, starting with something called the urban fee trap, a staggering $35 urban fee, plus a $5.16 tax on the fee itself was added. A lot of times they call those resort fees for amenities like Wi-Fi that should be standard. But that's what's forced on you whether you use it or not. Then you've got the green tax, a new 50-cent charge, part of a growing trend of environmental levies to fund so-called sustainability initiatives. Layer upon layer, on top of everything else, travelers are hit with a unit fee for the Javits Center and a room occupancy tax. This particular traveler, born and raised in New York, expressing the frustration felt by millions of hardworking people. I'm just dying at all these extra taxes. I feel like they're just pulling things out of the trash. It's crazy. But it's a textbook example why the MAGA movement continues to grow, while the elites in the city continue to pile on their green taxes, urban fees. The average American's left to pick up the tab for their bloated bureaucracy. Time to demand transparency. Cut the waste. Yeah, good luck with that. But Mamdani, I'm sorry, folks, in a blunt, straightforward announcement, we may have to dip into your pocketbook. He's been in the news for days now. I can't get the balance sheet for the annual budget. It turns out providing free stuff is actually pretty expensive. Now, he's threatening to raise property taxes as he struggles to come up with billions of dollars in additional revenue. The entire affair has been a stark reminder of the stunning size of New York City's budget. And then it really got interesting when Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis had to chime in. So to add on an amazing perspective here, warmth of collectivism. DeSantis puts Mamdani's New York City $127 billion budget into a mind-numbing perspective. Now, we're talking not New York State, New York City, a city of some 8 million people, right? Got a $127 billion budget. So the story begins with Mondami Tuesday, posting what amounts to be a whiny post about his new proposed budget. Throwing a bit of a hissy fit. Today, I'm releasing the city's preliminary budget, he says. After years of fiscal mismanagement, we're staring at a $5.4 billion budget gap. And we've got two paths we can take. One, Albany can raise taxes on the ultra-wealthy and most profitable corporations and address the fiscal imbalance between our city and state. Or the other, last resort, is balance the budget on the backs of the working people, using the only tools at the city's disposal. The first path matches a structural crisis with a sustainable, fair solution. I know where I stand. New Yorkers voted for bold change and competent leadership. We will deliver both, he says, and we'll look forward to partnering with Albany to protect working New Yorkers. But the new tax scheme isn't just aimed at the rich. It is a full-blown grab at everybody's wallet. All the people working, the middle-class New Yorkers, the same people already being crushed by the cost of living there. Now, his whole shtick of trying to sound reluctant, he's lying through his teeth, disingenuous at best. The Democrat playbook is very clear. Tax, spend. Panic about deficits, then raise taxes again. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's where Ron DeSantis chimes in to remind everyone the entire budget for the state of Florida. We're talking 23 million people. Is $117 billion. So there you have Mondami's New York. 8 million people, $127 billion, and they're billions in deficit. The entire state of Florida, 23 million people, $117 billion budget. Another, Mondami is working with way more capital per resident and still can't deliver on his agenda. Hello, New Yorkers. When are you going to wake up and realize you are being fleeced? That's the name of the
Truck
game.
downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So, how about a quick market update? What do we see? Right on the heels of the blue state and the blue city taxes, people exiting New York, exiting California, the overwhelming burden of taxes, corporations relocating to more tax-friendly states, Florida, Texas, for instance. The latest move to the Sunshine State, Palantir, becoming the latest corporation to move their headquarters to Florida. Why? Well, it's friendlier taxes for businesses and billionaires. Citadel was one of the largest hedge funds in the world that has moved their headquarters to Miami in recent years. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan, the bank, announcing they're going back to basics. More in-person banks. Company said they plan to open more than 160 new branches in 30 U.S. states by the end of the year. This is the opposite of what the trend had been. More and more banks shuttering the physical branches and opting for online sort of services. In a world of growing artificial intelligence adoption, J.P. Morgan realized people still want real people handling their finances. All right, Microsoft's president says the U.S. should worry a little bit about how much China subsidizes its tech industry. In the last 2 weeks, they say, China has released several new artificial intelligence models with features like more efficient generation, physical AI capabilities, and more. China also gives vouchers for cheaper energy use, as well as investing over $8 billion into a national artificial intelligence fund last year for early-stage projects. Meanwhile, Moderna shares traded higher after the FDA said they're going to review the company's flu shot. This is a reversal from what they had originally said that they would not accept an application from the biotech company. Moderna shares were up more than 50% year to date. One of the S&P 500's top performing stocks thus far in 2026. All right, we'll get a news break. And back to the calls here on a Friday TGIF. First news on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to the heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. The European Commission has launched a formal investigation into Chinese fast fashion retailer Shein under the Digital Services Act, examining whether it allowed illegal products on its platform and used design features that encourage addictive user behavior. Regulators say fines are possible if violations are confirmed. The number of people being bitten by sharks has risen sharply.
The jump in shark bites comes after a sharp decline the year before. The International Shark Attack File at the University of Florida counts 65 unprovoked shark bites last year, up from 47 the year before, but still below the average of 72. In U.S. waters, there were 25 attacks, 11 in Florida, mostly involving surfers south of Daytona Beach. Still, the odds of being bitten by a shark remain statistically very low. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, if you love a rainy night, well, it's your kind of night. Yeah, in much of Pennsylvania. Heavy rains through the western half of the state. The heaviest now kind of pushing east of Pittsburgh. More showers and a line of thunder showers stretching from Charleston, West Virginia, all the way down into northwest Alabama. It's a rather thin line there. Most of the heavier rains in the state of Ohio have now pushed out. And, of course, the warmer air that spawned severe weather, tornadic activity through Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. This past evening, you see the cold air wrapping around on the backside of the storm. Yeah, we've seen some heavy snow in parts of southern Minnesota. A little icy scenario, mixed precip in southeastern portions of Wisconsin. Yeah, it's been snowing much of the night. Still snowing from Omaha to Des Moines, where you do have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings in place. All right, meanwhile, promised we'd get back to the phones here on a Friday, and there you send your heat wave.
Good morning, senor. Sorry about the hang up earlier. I just got to the yard and had to take care of business and take care of more business. Gilligan texted me and asked if I was listening to Ranger. Was it Lone Ranger?
Yes.
His cancer came back?
Yes, sir.
My goodness gracious.
Yep.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I sure hope they can get it under control. I don't know what's causing all these cancers or whatnot, but was this considered consumption back in the 1800s and early 1900s? I mean, you always heard, they always talked about consumption.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, was that cancer? And I don't think it was as prevalent back then as it is today. I mean, man, we got cancer all over our bodies that's growing, and it's like, well, what the hell's causing all this?
Yeah, and
is it in the foods we eat or what?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess his was kind of a rarer form, but I mean that last procedure where he went through it, and they took his blood and did the whole stem cell thing. And I was asking, that was supposed to have been considered like the silver bullet, which appeared to work, but the cancer that is back now is, I think he just said, a 20-centimeter mass in his abdomen. That's so the doctor said he's in Arizona. He's out in Arizona for the winter months, as he typically does. He's got to get back to Pennsylvania here by Monday. The doctor said it's that urgent. You got to come now.
My goodness gracious. Well, buddy, prayers and best of wishes for you. I hope for a speedy recovery once and for all.
Yeah.
It's bad enough we have to hear it, but he's got to live it. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, let's see. Any Olympic news other than that one figure skater that was crying because she said she finished 13th and blamed Trump for it? Did you hear about that one?
I did hear about that. Yeah, and it couldn't have happened to a nicer girl, right? The woke, essentially, she was one of the anti-Americans. Served her right.
Yes, I don't feel sorry for her. I mean, hell, Tanya Harding had a better excuse for her poor performance. It was a broken lace.
Yeah.
After her boyfriend kneecapped Nancy Kerrigan and that other Kim Jong-Hoos or whatever, she won it all. So, I mean, God, that's crazy. Any other anti-American idiots running under our country, bitching, moaning, and groaning about why they didn't place? Or
the women's hockey team goes on to defeat Canada in overtime. So women's hockey took the gold, and then you had
I didn't hear about that.
Female figure skater. What was her name? Last name Lou. I can't remember her for you. She took the gold yesterday in skating.
Well, good for her. As long as she had a lot of nice things to say about the country she represents and how happy she was. I mean, man alive, you get these people out there and they figure they have a platform to stand on. 15 seconds of fame or infamy, either thank the country for sponsoring you and having you be one of the qualifiers that made it to the Olympics. And you got these losers out there that cry and whine. Well, I would have done better if it wasn't for Trump. Trump made me... Who gives a crap? So, anyways. Well, good. What was the final score on the women's game? I haven't heard anything.
2-1 in overtime.
Wow. Now, were they the ones that had only 1 point scored against them?
And ultimately,
or was that the men's team?
Only 2 points scored against them in the entire Olympics. So I think the final 30, 31 or 32, was it 32, 30, 33 to 30 to 2, I think it was. 33 to 2.
Wow, that's
unbelievable.
Again, that's dominant. That's for sure. I mean, has that happened before?
I don't know I don't think a team's ever dominated. They had 5 total shutouts.
Yeah. Wow. I know, and a lot of their scores were either 5s or 6s.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, sounds like Canada really put up a fight. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. The men's, are their game tonight? Is their game tonight or?
And I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, things are about to wrap up here this weekend, so I'm not sure when their next game is.
But they are in the gold medal round, though. Is that correct? Or are they playing for third place?
I believe they're in the gold medal round.
Okay, all right. So I guess, in all actuality, the teams and the individuals are doing pretty good in the different sports that they're in. So that sounds all right. Because normally, when you had an Olympic team from the States, especially the Winter Olympics, it just didn't pan out, Oh, goodness gracious. It's 65 mile an hour out here on 85 or 20 heading away from Atlanta. And this bobtail is only doing 50. Good night. Well, I can understand why there's a lot of cities out here that have issues with traffic. No one pays a damn attention to what's going on, and then they got construction. In New Mexico, Interstate 40 and 25, you're supposed to stay in the right lane. And when you get in the right lane, they say, oh, rough road ahead. Well, hell, their patchwork is worse than what it was before they even attempted to work on it. And here they are crying about guns or crying about ICE. We don't want them here. Kids are getting out of school. They're being indoctrinated. They're not being taught anything. And, I mean, it is an absolutely topsy-turvy world that we're living in right now. I mean, really, when you go out there and put patchwork on the interstate, you don't expect to be bumping up and down just as bad, if not worse, than what it was to begin with. But, politicians, they can't go in the slow lane. They got to be in the fast lane. Oh, why don't you get your butt over there into the slow lane and feel just how damn rough it is? I don't want you going in a Cadillac that is an air ride and just smooth as glass no matter what the surface is. Get out there and see how many teeth get shook out of your head before you realize, this patchwork that we spent millions of dollars on, it ain't worth the surface to drive on. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
I gotta love it. You stay in the ruts. Yep. You stay in the ruts. We'll stay in the smooth lane.
Yeah, and then of course, they'll fine you for being in the fast lane. It's like, have you been in the slow lanes? If it's just me, not a problem. I can handle it. But when you have a team and you got a guy in the sleeper that's trying to get good quality sleep on the roads that are good, I mean, I don't get very good sleep when he drives on a rough road. I don't think he gets good sleep either when I do. So, the waste that the Democrats do, they'll come out and say, yeah, we got problems. We've got wasteful spending, but if you give us more money, we'll apply this to that and see if we can't fix it. What? Fix what you got with the money you got now, and when you finally figure out where the waste is, take that money and apply it to other items other than, how many peas are in a pod. Who cares? Damn it, there's another one. 60 and a 65. Good night. Oh, well. Well, let's see here. Something happened last weekend to me, and I don't remember what it was. Must not have been that eventful then. So I guess I'll let you go, Senor. Y'all have a good week. good weekend, and let's do this again next week. How about it?
Sounds like a plan. And on your men's hockey, all right, it's the semifinal today. We'll start at 10:40 a.m. with Canada versus Finland. 3:10 p.m. U.S. versus Slovakia. So if the U.S. and Canada pull off their respective wins today, it could be another U.S.-Canada gold medal round, just like the females this past day in men's hockey. That would build a bit of excitement, wouldn't it? But you got to take care of business today first. 844-844-3388. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the biggest company of all? Amazon reporting $716.9 billion in net sales for 2025. They have ended what has been a 13-year run in which Walmart led when it came to revenue. This underscores how the biggest retailers are being reshaped by online shopping and fast delivery. Yeah, Walmart reported annual sales $713.2 billion this past day, while Amazon disclosed their 2025 total earlier this month in their fourth quarter report. Amazon said net sales up 12% from 2024 in North America, up by $161.9 billion internationally, and $128.7 billion at Amazon Web Services, their cloud computing unit. Walmart's board also approved an annual cash dividend for fiscal 2027 of 99 cents per share. That's a 5% increase from last year's 94 cents a share. Dividends continue to be a part of the diversified capital returns approach. We're proud to increase our annual dividend for the 53rd consecutive year. This is proof point of our continued confidence in our business performance and forward momentum, says Walmart. But the shift at the top is Amazon has been kind of retrenching in parts of their business, investing heavily in artificial intelligence. Reuters reported in late January, Amazon confirmed 16,000 corporate job cuts as part of a broader restructuring, but relying more on, like everybody else, the AI stuff. Hey, a Friday, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Finally, truck and tractor polling is back. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 2026 polling season is officially here. Some regulars on the NTPA schedule made the trip to the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville. The custom-built track with a mixture of different clay was full of action from Wednesday through Saturday last week. The track was short, but the horsepower was big. The win in Superstock tractors went to the 2025 Grand National champ Terry Blackburn, winning both the prelim and the finals. In limited pro stocks, Adrian Cox went just over 234 feet for the win in his Hickory hooker. High maintenance piloted by Josh Miley took the win in Super Farms with a hook of just over 231 feet. In two-wheel drive trucks, the distance of 226 was enough for Matt Seitz and his Buckeye Hooker 2 to lock up the win on Saturday. And rounding out the classes in Louisville were the modified four-wheel drive trucks. With a hook of 236, Larry Peterson aboard Profab Geared Up took the win. Up next on the NTPA schedule comes in 3 weeks, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've talked about this weekend before, as it's a weekend of pulling and monster trucks. Now we know the classes of pullers that are making their way to the Hoosier State. Pro Stock tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modified, light Pro Stock, hot farm, and Pro Stock diesel 4x4 trucks all take to the indoor track at the Allen County Memorial Coliseum. If you want to catch all 4 shows, it's Polling Friday at 7, Saturday at 1 it's Monster Trucks, Polling again Saturday at 7, and Monster Trucks Sunday at 2. Both nights of polling will also be live on Full Pull Live. Following the Yoder Popcorn Invitational, it's the Southern Swing on the calendar, and it'll be big. Friday the 13th, Zellwood, Florida will be hearing the roar of NTPA polling. The first hook is at 6:30 with Pro Stock 4.1 tractors, Super Stock diesel trucks, Mini Modified, and Light Modifieds all taken to the track, with the same classes the following night at the same time. And then the following week, the pullers move to Satsuma with the same classes both Friday and Saturday. Some names committed to making the trip to Zellwood and Satsuma. For Super Stock diesels, it's Craig Dickey, 4.1 limited Pro Stock pullers Steve Bausma, Nick Galetz, and Stephen Long, Mini Modified pullers Jeff Hurt, Cody Edwards, Troy Arnett, and Chase Richardson. Light Modified includes Terry Feiss, Johnny Payne, and Les Corporal. Super Stock diesel trucks will have Marshall DeBrew and Jeremy Yoder. And the best part of these hooks? Back-to-back weekends, and if you can't make it to Florida to see them in person, you can see them live on Full Pull Live. We've waited long enough, and now polling is back. Unfortunately, after the Southern Swing, polling takes a break as farmers head back to the fields, so make sure you catch the action either in person or on Full Pull Live. This week on NTPA Championship Polling, you can relive the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off. The biggest horsepower and the best drivers hit the track for the 2025 titles. Don't miss NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 on RFD TV. If you don't have RFD TV, you can download the app and watch polling from the palm of your hand. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, if you missed our Thursday morning program, we talked about cracking down on these CDL mills around the country. Landline this past day sharing if you're people looking for a quick, cheap way to get the minimal driver training to get a CDL, you may soon be out of luck. As Transportation Secretary Duffy announced on Tuesday, more than 550 shady training schools are on the chopping block, failing to meet the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration standards. The crackdown, not small potatoes. More than 300 investigators running some 1,400 sting operations in all 50 states, they tell us. And what did they find? Well, they found schools with unqualified instructors, fake addresses, drivers who never even received proper hazmat training. And this is the part that should raise even more eyebrows. One of the schools being kicked out had actually been training school bus drivers. Wow. Putting your kids on a bus, trusting them to safely get them to and from For too long, the trucking industry has operated like the wild, wild west, where anything goes and nobody asks. Well, the buck stops with me, says Duffy under President Trump. My team is cracking down on every link in the trucking chain that has allowed this lawlessness to impact the safety on our roads. American families should have confidence that our school bus and truck drivers are following every letter of the law, and that starts with proper training before getting behind the wheel. Over the course of 5 days, they explained, the FMCSA conducted 1,426 on-site investigations of driver training providers, which resulted in 448 notices of proposed removals being issued to schools that failed to meet the basic safety standards, 109 training providers who voluntarily removed themselves from the training provider registry upon hearing that investigators were on the way. Some of the violations found include instructors who did not even hold the correct licenses or permits, like as for school buses, for the vehicles they were teaching their students to drive. Schools were using vehicles that didn't match the type of training that they were even offering. In some cases, providers failed to even test students on basic requirements. Well, there you go. Just days before the DOT's crackdown announcement, OOIDA filed comments signed by Todd Spencer pushing for stronger driver training standards. Yeah, far too many drivers still lack the basic skills necessary to operate a commercial vehicle. Now, this was just last Thursday, and I guess they were probably already in the process of inspecting these schools. So that DOT announcement was met with immediate praise, obviously from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Duffy and Administrator Bars sent in a clear message. Safety comes first, and training is a priority. There's a new sheriff in town, as they say. News brought to you by Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. Tensions between the United States, Israel, and Iran are reaching a critical point, with military forces positioned and leaders weighing next steps. President Donald Trump warned Iran over its nuclear activity, missile development, and support of regional proxy groups, while Iran's leader has responded with defiant rhetoric. Analysts note that what begins as a limited strike can escalate quickly, citing past air campaigns in Serbia and Libya. Any retaliation causing American or Israeli casualties could widen the conflict. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani thinks police retention problems are linked to too many duties.
Mamdani, speaking off-topic at a news conference on Thursday, said forced overtime has stemmed from extra duties.
The NYPD responsible for responding to about 200,000 mental health calls a year.
Once again, Mamdani said tasking mental health professionals with those calls through a Department of Community Safety is the way to go.
To ensure that police can focus on the work that they signed up to focus on, which is tackling violent crime across the city.
The mayor's $6.5 billion budget for the NYPD does not include Mayor Adams' previous plan to hire 5,000 additional cops. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A dispute is unfolding between late-night host Stephen Colbert and the Federal Communications Commission. Colbert claimed CBS blocked an interview with a Democratic Senate candidate over fears of FCC scrutiny under the agency's equal time rule. FCC Chair Brendan Carr pushed back, saying the network was simply advised that airing the interview could require offering equal opportunities to other candidates. CBS says it did not prohibit the segment, but provided legal guidance. The equal time rule is designed to prevent broadcasters from favoring one candidate over another. The episode highlights ongoing tensions over media, politics, and federal oversight. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Mexico says it has a plan to alleviate cross-border contamination.
Mexican officials tell Border Report they're considering putting a boom in the Tijuana River Valley to catch trash and stop it from crossing into the United States. There are reports after days of heavy rain in Southern California, the smell in the border area is overwhelming. I'm Phil Farrar.
The White House claims it knows what's behind the recent school walkouts over ICE operations.
Here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system.
Leavitt told reporters Wednesday they're working to give educational control back to state and local leaders. She added the Trump administration supports First Amendment rights, but insists that kids must be present in school. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The grandson of Reese's founder H.B. Reese is publicly criticizing the Hershey's company, accusing the candy maker of quietly changing ingredients in some of Reese's products. Brad Reese claims variations now use compound coatings in peanut butter-style cream instead of traditional chocolate and peanut butter. Hershey disputes that its flagship peanut butter cups have changed, saying the original recipe remains the same. The debate comes as cocoa prices have surged globally, forcing many chocolate makers to rethink costs, raising broader questions about brand legacy, transparency, and consumer expectations. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we settle in for our final hour here on a Friday. And hello to Rumble Strip. Checking in. Morning, Hot Shots Nation. Headed to Fargo this morning. 29 degrees, dry roads. All right, everybody, enjoy your weekend. Roki is on board, who says the average American is picking up the tab for electric transmission line replacement due to the AI data center demands. Yeah, my electric bill transmission costs are nearly equal to the electric cost. Yeah, earlier in the program there, Roki shared a big story in our local news from this past day where so many people are opening their Duke Energy bills to find hundreds of dollars cost increase when it comes to business operations. Thousands, electric, thousands more than they would have been, say, a month before. It's been cold, I know, but a spokesman for Duke was trying to explain whatever it costs for them to keep up transmission lines, repairs. Of course, we had the big ice storm during the bitter cold shock. Most of the only reason the grid was able to stay up was because the natural gas generation of electricity. We saw natural gas spot prices hitting record highs. Recall that. They passed it all on. All right, Phil checks in this morning. Hello, Steve, all the listeners out there. Happy Friday from L.A. Is that Lower Alabama? I think it is. All right, Iron Duck. I really don't care much about the Olympics, but I'm mad as heck if we don't win. Hockey's the only sport to watch. You're not a fan of curling. Come on. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I think Eagle, if he's with us, I think he had some comments about, we shared earlier, the latest scenario, yet another illegal in this country with the CDL that runs a red light, T-bones a pickup, and kills an innocent American.
Yeah, I meant to comment on that in my first call. Hey, listen, Steve. I was driving this morning on the radio. You know, how many times have I told you this over the last year or so? You know, I think I'm gonna stop saying this from now on. I said that Trump, yeah, he's doing a good job. Yeah, he's gotten a lot of bad people off the road. But just when I think that everything is secure and we might be getting back to normal, back to the old days, the way it was in the in the 90s and early 2000s when I started driving, when we had real truck drivers out on the road and not just a seat warmer or a steering wheel holder, because that's all they are, is a steering wheel holder. If like I said, half these guys can't even back up a truck in a parking lot. It take them 30 minutes to back into a parking space. They don't know a shift. I'd be embarrassed to ride around with something on my license saying that I couldn't drive a manual transmission. You actually got guys that call themselves truck drivers that's got that's on their license, Steve, that they don't know how to drive a manual. That's embarrassing. How can you call yourself a truck driver if you don't know how to drive a manual transmission? But anyway, just when I thought that I had heard enough about these truck drivers, last week you talked about the other guy who had a head-on collision wreck, found out he was in the country illegally. And what do you know? I'm listening to the radio this morning. They got another damn story. And this is one of the worst mistakes that you learn almost from day one in truck driving school, Steve. You don't stop on train tracks. If you you stop behind the line. You don't stop with your truck and trailer on the damn tracks. And another thing, you don't run a red light with an 80,000-pound vehicle, Steve. Right. This idiot ran a red light with a 80,000-pound vehicle and killed somebody because he couldn't stop. Bad enough the man, they say he came into the U.S. illegally. Guess what? Back in the Joe Biden administration, what a surprise! Driving illegally, looks like one of these. What do they call it? A Sikh driver.
Yeah.
I don't know what state what state his license was from. I know the accident happened in Indiana. We got too many of these people out here, Steve. They don't give a damn about their life, and they damn sure don't care about yours. I promise you that. If they don't care about their life, they're not worried about you. And I hope they throw this guy under the jail because, see, you never get in that big of a rush, Steve, to run a red light with a 80,000-pound truck. Because only bad things happen when you do that. It's not worth it. And then they said it had another guy make a U-turn. I heard last week. I can't remember what state that. And some more people got killed. These truck driving schools, these people that you're talking about, Steve, the Californias, the New York States, and the Pennsylvanias. As far as I'm concerned, Donald Trump, I don't know if he has the power. I've told you this before. He ought to revoke the school licenses for all these states, since they don't give a damn about who they put behind the wheel of these trucks. Gavin Newsom's and people like that. They ought not be allowed to issue CDL licenses, Steve, until they can get this under control. Because we got this is happening too much. Too many people are losing their lives in America. And I listened to a guy on the radio during the daytime. His name is Joe Pags. He's a radio show host, and he doesn't know anything about truck driving. And you should hear the attitude that he has about truck drivers, Steve. He was talking about this latest accident. And he made it out to be that all truck drivers are like this guy, that all of us are renegades. All of us do what the hell we want to do, run red lights, tailgate people, throw your garbage out on the ground. They put us all in the same category. That's the reason why I get so pissed off when I hear about these type of stories, because people immediately think that I'm that type of driver just because I drive a truck, and I'm not. I drive this truck in a professional way. I wish other people would do it. And I'm just fed up with these guys like Grump and some of your other callers have said. I'm fed up with these guys coming to America, being handed these driver's licenses, and they're not qualified. And it's bad enough they're not even a U.S. citizen, and they're taking way too many. How many times are we going to talk about this, Steve? I thought that we had got this thing under control over the last few months, and every time I look up, there's another incident with another illegal truck driver. It's really sad that somebody else lost their damn life, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yep, it's happening way too much, and even with the thousands that supposedly have been taken off the road. I think Grump several times had brought up the point when they're placed out of service for English proficiency failure. Are they actually off the road, or are they back behind the wheel the following day or 2 days later? Or, hell, it could be hours after placed out of service. All right, FedEx, they don't want to haul your cheap stuff. You know, your little Temu orders. Yeah, FedEx delivering the bluntest message yet about their approach toward fast fashion and other low-cost parcel shippers at last week's Investor Day event, doubling down on their shift in recent years toward more high-margin, what they call B2B logistics relationships and premium direct-to-customer shipments. Online commerce sellers looking for cheap, no-frills home delivery, say goodbye. And B2C retailers with more specialized needs for high-quality shipping and reliability, be ready to pay a larger premium and lots of surcharges, they say. Our strategy is to prioritize the high-value segments where our network provides a distinct advantage: long-haul, heavyweight, cross-border, e-commerce. Unlike those focused on the last mile, our strength is end-to-end solutions, according to the Chief Customer Officer. Speaking to stock analysts and industry stakeholders at their Memphis headquarters. If you're shipping T-shirts, FedEx might not be for you. If you were shipping Oura rings, well, FedEx is for you. The goal is to profitability. Grow 30% share of the $95 billion global B2C parcel market by low single digits through 2029. Now, for FedEx, specialized B2C business covers what they call small and medium enterprises that generally don't have multiple fulfillment centers and tend to ship across multiple delivery zones, as well as heavyweight and high-value goods. FedEx has a large market share in the heavyweight sector, but also very competitive with parcels 2 pounds and above. They've made it clear FedEx will no longer subsidize what they call e-commerce shipments, the online sales, simply to lower operating cost through better density. What they're going to do instead, retailers are going to pay for the true value of FedEx's infrastructure investments and premium service. Surcharges, she says, are a key part of the revenue strategy and will increasingly be exported to the company's international operations. In other words, I guess you're going to be paying more. Analysts say the widespread use of add-on fees risks driving retailers to maybe cheaper alternative carriers. Rather than seeing that as a problem, FedEx is actively conceding lightweight, low-margin partial shipments. The most important structural change is we're really adjusting our pricing strategy to cover all the costs to make sure we're getting paid for our differentiation. 844-844-3388. On a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Well, what do you say, Pup? Happy Friday.
Oh yeah, happy Friday, Steve. Getting a little tired of playing in this rain, I know that. But your show and a couple other shows are the ones I like listening to when I'm out here in the truck, and Joe Pags is one of them. He did not lump us all into one pile and stuff. He was just trying to figure out how these illegals were getting on the road. And as far as him not knowing anything about trucking, his dad used to own a trucking company, dump truck company, that he used to work for, so he does know something about it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Eagle ought to listen up a little better, but that kind of pissed me off when he came on there saying stuff like that, when it was just a total lie. What you got planned for the weekend?
Well, we got Roro celebrated his birthday their day before yesterday, so we're he wants to go to Top Golf. Is there like a driving range and a game room kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be our Saturday afternoon, a birthday party for Roro.
If you turn around and look out the back of that, you'll see the our terminal right there.
Also, you're very familiar with where Top Golf is, then, huh?
Oh yeah, real familiar. Yeah. Yeah, our Cincinnati terminal's right there for now. They bought one of those yellow terminals, and it's going to be moving not quite a mile to the east.
Yeah.
Up there. And but yeah, I'm real familiar with that area. I got a lot of buddies that do that. I've never done it before. They say it's fun. They got good food and beer, so you ought to be happy about that.
And it ain't cheap.
No, they say it ain't cheap. So, but
we had to do it like it's a group rate or whatever. But I think it's like $250 for our group of 8 or 10. I think's all it's going to be there.
Yeah, what I find really interesting is each one of those balls have a chip in it. That's how it keeps track of your score when you whack them out there, I guess.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I didn't either, but my buddies that do that
Mm-hmm.
were telling me about it and stuff. So it sounds like we're going to get some snow there Sunday.
Can you believe that? I mean, going from 70 degrees this past day, and they're talking about snow.
Yeah, everybody's going to start getting sick again.
We're not supposed to get much here, I don't think, but I mean, further north, I mean, you may get a couple of inches, they're saying.
Yeah, they're saying we could see 1 to 2 inches of regular, and then whatever comes off the lake, because Lake Michigan's not frozen over yet.
Okay.
Or not completely.
Yeah, right.
So, but, well, you guys have fun and have a good weekend.
All right.
Sit back and listen to you.
Good to hear from you, pup. Thanks for checking in here. Let me see here. Yeah, who we got? Is that the right wing nut?
Yes, right wing nut. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what I did last Friday. I went to them Taco Bells there in Dallas. And I walked right up in there. And all they had were kiosks. However you take all that. And I was going to order. And I said, well, I don't want to use the kiosk. I'd rather just tell you. And they says, oh, no, we can't do that. I said, why the hell not? Corporate won't let us deal with the customers. And I says, really? He says, I can help you on the kiosk. And I says, no, you can just kiosk this as I walked out.
Oh,
Grab
boy.
me a couple of Lone Star beers. I mean, it's a good thing that one bank says, we're going to be customer friendly again. I tell you what, these people want all that kind of money per hour, but they don't want to do anything. I mean, hell, what's the next thing? Am I going to have to go back there and make my own damn order of food I want? I mean, I've got to do it with gasoline, but damn, ain't got to be certified to pump fuel into your own vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anyway, and then I did a damn fool move. They got a bunch of construction going on around a terminal there in Arlington, and sign said high traffic, and I thought, all right, I ain't gonna go there. I'll catch the road elsewhere. Well, I went elsewhere. I made a turn, and clearance level was 13.2. Whew, I tell you what, late at night, early morning, that was one place I did not want to be. I had 4 people watching me, and I need to get me a cigar and an adult beverage there. But I tell you what, it was not the nicest neighborhood to be in. I made an about face doing the swaps of the trailers, and I got my silly hind end out of there as fast as I could. Oh, that was freaky. Hey, has the Charlie Farquharson impersonator called in yet?
I've not heard from Charlie in a while. I have not.
Excuse me, yeah. Well, we were down there at New Orleans there on Bourbon Street. It was like, hey, this is a nice place to be. Throwing all those, what do you call them things?
Beads.
Beads, yeah. Yes, throwing those beads out there. Oh, I tell you what, you want to play a ring toss, that was the thing to do. Monday was fantastic. Tuesday was absolutely fat with pretty hot and tasty women out there, I tell you what. But then Wednesday, where the hell did everybody go, Everywhere you went, everyone had this black smudge on their forehead.
Right, yes.
Yeah, it's like, well, what happened? Who died, and trying to figure things out, and no one wanted to talk. They got black veils on. They wearing black shirts and skirts and whatever. And it's like, what the hell happened Wednesday? Do you know?
The big party ended on Tuesday there. It's called Ash Wednesday there, Wingnut. And now we're in Lent for 40 days. And you're supposed to be giving up some of your nefarious ways. News update brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions. From injectors, pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner. Tensions between the United States, Israel, and Iran are reaching a critical point, with military forces positioned and leaders weighing next steps. President Donald Trump warned Iran over its nuclear activity, missile development, and support of regional proxy groups, while Iran's leader has responded with defiant rhetoric. Analysts note that what begins as a limited strike can escalate quickly, citing past air campaigns in Serbia and Libya. Any retaliation causing American or Israeli casualties could widen the conflict. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani thinks police retention problems are linked to too many duties.
Mamdani, speaking off-topic at a news conference on Thursday, said forced overtime has stemmed from extra duties.
The NYPD responsible for responding to about 200,000 mental health calls a year.
Once again, Mamdani said tasking mental health professionals with those calls through a Department of Community Safety is the way to go.
To ensure that police can focus on the work that they signed up to focus on, which is tackling violent crime across the city.
The mayor's $6.5 billion budget for the NYPD does not include Mayor Adams' previous plan to hire 5,000 additional cops. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A dispute is unfolding between late-night host Stephen Colbert and the Federal Communications Commission. Colbert claimed CBS blocked an interview with a Democratic Senate candidate over fears of FCC scrutiny under the agency's equal time rule. FCC Chair Brendan Carr pushed back, saying the network was simply advised that airing the interview could require offering equal opportunities to other candidates. CBS says it did not prohibit the segment, but provided legal guidance. The equal time rule is designed to prevent broadcasters from favoring one candidate over another. The episode highlights ongoing tensions over media, politics, and federal oversight. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Mexico says it has a plan to alleviate cross-border contamination.
Mexican officials tell Border Report they're considering putting a boom in the Tijuana River Valley to catch trash and stop it from crossing into the United States. There are reports after days of heavy rain in Southern California, the smell in the border area is overwhelming. I'm Phil Farrar.
The White House claims it knows what's behind the recent school walkouts over ICE operations.
Here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system.
Leavitt told reporters Wednesday they're working to give educational control back to state and local leaders. She added the Trump administration supports First Amendment rights, but insists that kids must be present in school. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The grandson of Reese's founder H.B. Reese is publicly criticizing the Hershey's company, accusing the candy maker of quietly changing ingredients in some of Reese's products. Brad Reese claims variations now use compound coatings in peanut butter-style cream instead of traditional chocolate and peanut butter. Hershey disputes that its flagship peanut butter cups have changed, saying the original recipe remains the same. The debate comes as cocoa prices have surged globally, forcing many chocolate makers to rethink costs, raising broader questions about brand legacy, transparency, and consumer expectations. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
headed down the home stretch here on a Friday. And hers is truly a fascinating story. Senator Heatwave, kind of waking up late, didn't realize that USA won gold in the women's hockey, as well as the first female American singles figure skater in many, many years. Matter of fact, in my lifetime. When I was very young, 1968, Peggy Fleming took gold. Women's singles figure skating. It was Dorothy Hamill in 1976. Christy Yamaguchi in 1992. Tara Lipinski there in 1998. The last U.S. singles female gold figure skater was Sarah Hughes, and that was in 2002. So it's been decades. Elisa Lou writes her name in the history books. Kind of an elite group of gold medalists. Interestingly, how, if you weren't with us earlier, born here in the USA, Clovis, California, her father had escaped essentially China, fled to the U.S. due to the persecution of participants in the democracy movement back in the late 1980s. Kind of going back to the whole Tiananmen Square kind of thing. Later became a lawyer, but she is the oldest of 5 children. Fascinatingly, like her siblings, she was conceived through an anonymous egg donor and gestational surrogate, as they call it. Her parents later divorced, but Yan continued to act as the legal guardian. That was the mom, otherwise known as Mary. How about that? And of course, back in the 22 Olympic Games, China was trying to recruit her to participate for China. And her father and she refused to do so, competing for the U.S. in 2022, finishing 6th. So what a comeback story there. Taking the gold this past day for the USA. Hey, Scrapyard, Casual Friday.
What is it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Just now getting back on the yard and trying to get this rolling junk wagon to back up straight and proper. But, I had something Wednesday evening concerning these illegals. I stopped at the Alma truck stop there, the Loves, taking on fuel, and there was a Tyson right next to me. This tractor trailer come tearing off into the truck stop and nearly hit the rear of our trailers. It was basically splitting the difference. If it had kept on going, it would have been a hell of a mess.
Wow.
And had a busted up brush guard on it, and black and white decals all over it. Well, he's basically slammed on the deadgun brakes. So these individuals, there's 3 people, foreigners in the truck. They jumped out, dropped the brush guard, jerked the hood open. It had black stripes on it. And it was decals. They peeled the decals off of the hood and off both side doors and the fairings. And they had like 4-foot-tall decals of some bearded fellow with a towel on his head.
Yeah.
With an AK-47. They stripped that truck down, stripped off the DOT number decal pack, and put another one up that had a golden line on it that said Pasty. As soon as they did that and buttoned everything up, this was like less than 5 minutes. They jumped back in the truck and threw it in reverse and just turned around shy of the fuel pumps behind me and this Tyson driver. Took and left out of there like they were shot out of a gun. So and then of course seeing what we saw, called the state police and never heard anything back about it concerning it. But it's like on these various trucker pages all over Facebook, you're catching these foreign drivers that are getting out at the truck stop and changing the decals and everything else. That sounds almost like that the DOT, when they get one stopped with reasonable suspicion, they should be able to really do a thorough search of the truck and look for, see if there's any kind of duplicate decal packs.
Right.
And then just see how many companies are listed. So supposedly that truck is actually is running for illicitly, but I mean, something's got to be done. I mean, it's just getting absolutely crazy out here. And knock on wood, Arkansas has been working hard. I mean, they had a big ice raid over here over at Hot Springs just the other day. And then last year, I got one started over at the local swimming hole out there by my cabin, and got one started out there. And it's got to where the locals couldn't even go to the local swimming hole out off Highway 70, and for fear of being attacked, there was quite a few assaults there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just made a few phone calls, and basically, it was like 4th of July weekend. Next thing you know, that there was nobody there after I showed up and made quite a few arrests. So, I mean, if you see something, say something. And we've all got to be a part of getting this crap stopped. So if you see something, say something.
Right.
You know, you say, well, it's not any of my business. Well, it may be one of your family members that could possibly get run over within a week, a year, 2 years down the road. It could be somebody that you love and care about that gets killed. So, you know, we have to police our own industry. And so I guess, and you said it was lint?
Lint, yes, L-E-N-T, lint.
Yeah, there's a joke concerning that. There's a young couple got married, and the fella didn't realize his bride, they're on their honeymoon, didn't realize she was Catholic. Well, they got in the hotel and all that. He's making his overtures, and she kept fending him off, and he was getting mad. He said, "Why not?" She said, "It's lint." He said, "To whom and how for how long?"
Oh boy, there you go. Yes, well, that was on her list. She gave up. Maybe she gave up sex for Lent. Is that it? Oh boy, I'm looking at the medal count here. Team USA had been running third in the overall medal count most of this week, behind Norway and the host country of Italy. There, they've now jumped one ahead of it into second place. Now we're down to what? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days of comp. Not sure how many actual more medals to be divvied out. It's going to be pretty heavy task to try to get to number one, but Norway overall lead in the medals with 34. 16 gold, 8 silver, 10 bronze. USA in second now, 9 silver, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. Italy with 26 overall medals, 9 gold, 5 silver, 12 bronze. Can Team USA come on a end of the run charge and take the lead in the medal count? I doubt it, but I don't know. Nothing out of the realm of possibility. Can the men's hockey team take gold? And we'll see if they can first make it to the gold medal round later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, cracking down on these towing operations that are ripping people off. North Carolina announcing a judgment against a Charlotte towing company and its owner following allegations of illegal booting of semi-trucks and racially targeted towing practices. Earlier this week, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson announcing a $30,000 judgment against David Jewell Satterfield and his companies, which included A1 Towing Solutions, Automobile recovery was another, and a third known as parking enforcement. We had evidence the defendant broke price gouging laws and engaged in racially targeted towing. This judgment will force him to pay back the victims and set a clear precedent. If you run a towing company that breaks the law, we're going to take you to court and we're going to stop you. Satterfield was sued by the North Carolina Attorney's General Office back in 2020 for illegally booting and towing trucks, delivering essential goods during the pandemic at the time, and charging as much as $4,000 to release the vehicles. In some cases, the truck driver presented Satterfield with a written parking permit, or actually parked their truck before he would go out and put up the signs giving notice that their vehicle would be towed, but still towed their trucks and then charged them excessive high fees to release the truck. Officials also say, based on the records kept by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, Satterfield towed vehicles owned by African Americans at an alarmingly high rate and almost exclusively operated in areas of Charlotte that had a majority African American population. He is further accused of using racial epithets and assaulting African Americans while towing their vehicles. Now, as part of the judgment, Satterfield was ordered to pay a combined $30,000 in restitution to those victims that were unlawfully towed and those who were required to pay excessive prices to get their vehicles back. One way or another. All right. And predatory towing. And it's cracking down on predatory towers all around the country. We've seen a lot of that. Meanwhile, cargo theft. Here's a new year. And, of course, cargo theft remains one of the top headlines when it comes to the trucking industry. The Lakewood Police Department said a cargo theft investigation into a $65,000 worth of missing merchandise has resulted in multiple charges filed. They began investigating earlier this month, February 4, after receiving a report of a commercial shipment that was scheduled for delivery to Lakewood, New Jersey. It never arrived. A victim reported the merchandise had been picked up out of state by a contracted driver, never reached the destination. Well, following an investigation that included review of documentation, electronic tracking data, and coordination with out-of-state authorities, detectives determined the individual assigned to transport the shipment obviously simply did not complete the delivery. Following the investigation, LPD issuing 2 charges of theft by deception to 24-year-old Kamal Singh of Fresno, California. Another Singh. Police say Singh's information was entered into the National Crime Information Center database. Obviously, cargo theft impacts businesses far beyond a single transaction. They said our detectives worked diligently to track this case across multiple jurisdictions and made sure the appropriate charges were filed. We will continue to pursue individuals who think they can exploit our business community. Hello, Mr. Singh. All right, one final tidbit before we get our final time out here. Someone, who was it the other night, suggested, can you name me anything? What have the Democrats proposed that are going to be good, beneficial for the average American? Suggest, how about defund the police? Defund immigration and customs enforcement. That's been the latest trend. They did not learn from their mistake of the defund the police, where we're seeing the ramifications of that. Many cities that did, the crime rates skyrocketing. Now it's all about defunding ICE. But no, let's take it a step further. Yeah, remarks by Representative Ilhan Omar, no less, signaled that national Democrats are pursuing sweeping changes far beyond just abolishing ICE. According to Breitbart News, during a town hall, Omar said Democrats are not only discussing eliminating immigration and customs enforcement, but we're also engaged in conversations about dismantling the entire Department of Homeland Security altogether. And I quote, "What I will say is there's an easier conversation happening today than 6-7 years ago when I got to Congress about what we need to do with ICE, which is to abolish it," says Omar. She went on to say there is a lot of conversation about the dismantlement of the Department of Homeland Security should look like. This, as Democrats continue to protest federal immigration enforcement operations under President Trump. ICE, of course, established in 2003 under the Department of Homeland Security, has carried out immigration enforcement actions for more than 2 decades now. But right now we've got the continued ongoing shutdown of Homeland Security. I guess where are we at? Day number 7 now? Democrats pushing a series of new restrictions on ICE operations, banning agents from wearing face masks, requiring judicial warrants before making any arrest. They're also calling for a mandate that ICE agents wear body cameras, which that's already happening. They're already moving forward on that. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
In our final minutes here, out in California, what do you think? The prospect of possibly electing a Republican governor, could it happen? With more than 3 months to go before the June 2nd nonpartisan primary that will determine the two candidates facing off to succeed Gavin Newsom as California governor. Right now, a Republican stands on top of the heap, according to the latest poll. The Emerson College polling Inside California Politics survey shows Republican Steve Hilton with the largest share of support, 17%. The Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell, 14% support. The same support level as the Sheriff Chad Bianco, which is also a Republican. Former Democrat Representative Katie Porter with 10% support. And the tycoon Tom Steyer with 9%. Now, interestingly, the biggest chunk of responses were undecided voters at 21%, but the Republican electorate in California is split. If you single out Republicans, Steve Hilton at 38%, Chad Bianco 37%, while Hilton also picks up a plurality of independent voter support at 22%. Democrat voters have not yet clearly kind of coalesced around a candidate. 23% say Swalwell, 14% Porter, 12% Steyer, 22% still undecided. All I know is you got to go back in time. Arnold Schwarzenegger, matter of fact, was the last Republican elected governor back in 2006. Is the tide changing? I don't know. We'll find out here in a few months. But yeah, what a hit that would be. I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath on that happening, California. But all right, with that, we'll close out another work week here. Yeah, Friday. Have a great day, and what do you say? We'll come back here the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning, kind of. Well, we'll be kicking off the final full week of February, if you can believe that. Only 8 days to go, and we'll roll into March. Won't be long, and we'll be springing forward on the clock, right? All right. Thanks so much for being with us. Steve Summers live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I